Hello and welcome to another stream of Hellblade. Hey there, Stocks. How's it going? So we've actually defeated Suter and Valravan, but looks like the game didn't save a checkpoint when we were back at the hub. So we'll just have to travel back there. Really, Stocks? You got it for $9? Yeah, there's no DLC for that game, so it wasn't affected by the shutting down of the servers like their other games were. Alright, so this is where we fought Suter. Or Surt. Yeah, but you didn't buy the DLC for Arkham Origins and now you're fucked. But you bought the physical copy in your new favourite game store. Oh, did you really? Yeah, the thing about that game for me is that it's available on the Microsoft Store for me to get a digital copy of it, but it's locked behind the fact that you need a physical copy of the game and you need to put it into the console, and then once you do, then you can actually download the digital version. So I don't have a physical copy of it, so I'm hoping that I can get it for the PlayStation 5. Origins was $19 and that kind of ruins your wallet. Also, you turn 15 tomorrow. Oh, hang on. I haven't done it. Okay, so the checkpoint... That was interesting. The checkpoint wasn't made after finishing Valravan and Surtur. So I need to actually fight Surtur again. Interesting. It should actually have a circle on it that actually appears. That's strange. Yeah, it's funny with that challenge because I have had Ezio fall into the water 5 times, but only two of those was in Venice. I would have thought there would have been more in Venice, but the first one actually happened in Florence because I had Ezio running along, and I forgot that the ledge that I was running to was the edge leading to the water under on the other side. So Ezio just went jumping straight in. Maybe there's a glitch. Maybe if you do this and then you go back to the hub area and then exit the game. But when am I starting 3? After I do Brotherhood and Revelations. I've already done this one. Oh, did you stocks? Yeah, yeah. So I'll be doing those 2, and then 3. With each game in my annual series playthrough, I'm going to be doing a challenge with them. Yeah, I like 3 as well, stocks. It's one of those ones that is a little bit unfairly treated. Mainly the character of Connor. Because some seem to have this problem with a character that isn't Ezio, you know. um, but there's a lot of stuff with that too, because you also have the actual conflict that they're covering. I think people still today, even all this time afterwards, have their own personal issues with one or the other. You know, like there's probably some Americans who still hate the British, and there's probably still some British who hate the Americans. You know, and there's probably some of that why they don't like Connor. You know, because they might think he's representative of the you know, the Americans wanting stuff that the British felt was not theirs to take. You know what I mean? There's probably some of that as well. But also people criticize the fact that he's arrogant to people and that he's not friendly, that there's moments where people physically touch him in a gesture of, you know, friendship or whatnot, and he brushes them off. But they completely miss the whole point of Connor's character and why he does that. You know, you're talking about someone who, when they were a young child, number one, was picked up and choked almost to death by a grown man, you know, coward. Then his village gets burned, almost completely destroyed, and his mother gets killed in front of him, or she dies in front of him. You know, and I don't know about anyone else, but you know, I wouldn't blame someone for not trusting, you know, outsiders if that was your experience. You know, so there's that level of mistrust that Connor has, and you know, even though there's characters that become his friends, you know, there's still that psychological aspect of the character that's going on. Um, but his arrogance really comes from his determination to defeat the Templars. Not for many games in the series. I've done it for Syndicate, and that was a good challenge. Throwing knives only. The thing about that though is it can get pretty OP, especially when you have it fully upgraded, because you can do one-shot kills to the head on main targets even. And you don't even have to go down near the body or anything once you've done that. You just basically get the cutscene already. Connor was just like 7th grade you, monotone and flat. You personally liked the Revolution arc, it was beautiful. Yeah, you know, and it was time for the series to move on to a different time period and a different character as well. And there's, you know, characters that are really, really, you know, fan favorites as well. Hey there, Nemesis. That's right, currently playing Hellblade now. Stocks, thanks for reminding you to buy the Syndicate Gold Edition for $15. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good deal, especially if you're going to be getting everything with that game too. Yes, game, I know, but you won't bring up the circle that appears when you actually are close enough to it, so I can focus on it. So it would seem that I've come across a dead end. You can't do manual saves either, so you have to deal with the autosave. But yeah, I really thought they would have had an a checkpoint once you've defeated Suther and Balraven and you go back to the hub. You would think that they'd actually make a autosave there, but nope. Yeah, Nemesis, I might actually be getting it on the PlayStation because it might be a game that has that static audio issue when I'm streaming it on an Xbox. But I am looking forward to Hellblade 2 though. But it might take a while for it to come out on PlayStation 5 because it's an exclusive for Xbox to start with. Lethargic, you got a $25 card for the Arkham Knight, for the Arkham Origins DLC, but you know how that went. Yeah. Nemesis, you missed the Unity sale, $8.99 with DLC. Yeah, that would have been a good bargain to get that game.
Died before? It's a serious question. When the illusion of self is shattered, you simply cease to be. Though it may not seem that way to others, you know when it is true. You can feel it. A stranger in your own body. An imposter. And nothing is the same ever again. Senua has died before. And she will do so again. You can be sure of that.
Okay, now I know what's gone on. So, when I ended the stream last week, I got back to this area after defeating the 2 enemies that we need to in order to progress, and I ended the stream there and quit out the game. So what it's done is it didn't create a checkpoint there, it created a checkpoint at the last fire thing that I was at. So when I've reloaded the save, it's put Senua there, and the glitch part is the fact that the audio still plays for the Furies to tell Senua to focus on that. That's what was throwing me off. But now we've gotten back to where I'm actually up to, so we can actually continue on. Nemesis, you thought Hellblade was Xbox only. Wow, you played on PS5. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a timed exclusive on the Xbox. But yeah, it's annoying because this static audio issue happens on games randomly as well. Stocks, it includes the season pass. Also, fuck the Falling Kings DLC. Made you quit Unity when you were really high level. Yeah, that's understandable. That can be a bit of an annoying DLC sometimes. Nemesis, you almost watched American Ninja today again, part one, did you? Only thing you like about part two is when he did the crescent kick off the stage in the small room. Yeah, I haven't seen those movies for a long time. Um, the one that I've seen the most recently in history is American Ninja One, but that was about 10 years ago now. Stocks wise, Rogue at 9.89, Microsoft and these fucked up weird ass prices. That is weird that it's 9.89. Like, why? It'd be like doing. We're gonna make this game 8.31. Like, just freaking make it $8.
With the mark of Valravan and the mark of Surt, you may cross the bridge over the River of Knives to Helheim.
Why is she waiting?
She
Open the
has
gate.
to open
No,
the gate.
don't. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Don't open the gate. Don't.
She's done it.
It's so dark. It's dark. The darkness.
Only the dead may cross.
Only the dead may cross
Only
into
the
hell.
dead may cross.
Truth? Anyone?
There is no one here but me.
Not you.
Did you think that I would let you go? That you lost me back in the wilds? I will never let you go. You can't get rid of me. I am your shadow. And I will be watching when you draw your last dying gasp.
I'm not ready to die.
You will be when you see what they did to your dear beloved.
Dillion!
In this waking nightmare, where all dreams come true, you searched for control, a way to pull through. When you were in love, you left him in tears, to smother your furies and banish your fears. But in darkness they came. Through stormy black seas they raided these shores. Do you still hear his screams? And now that you're home, he's so far away. They've taken his soul. To these gods you cannot pray. They can break you, but not your promise. Even death won't keep you apart. Through his darkness you will find him. In your sword still beats a heart. You fought for love unspoilt by your darkness within. You fought for your dreams. Now there's no way to win. In the head of his corpse lies the seat of his soul. So you must carry his vessel to bring him back home.
No!
They can break you, but not your promise. Even death won't keep you apart. Through this darkness you will find him. In your sword still beats a heart. The darkness touched you. Everyone could see it in the hollows of your eyes. A gaze averted from life. You ran from it but brought it nearer. Led it to him. An endless suffering worse than death. And you wanted to surrender. Abandon and to find peace with the gods. No. The darkness won't allow it. So you will walk into the lair of the beast. Look it in the eye, and you will go to war. This is your mission. This is your quest. There is nothing else left.
This music's so fucking awesome. Nemesis, it's a shame American Ninja 2 and 3 didn't feel like a legit Ninja legendary tale like the original. Yeah, it wasn't until I got older, because I saw the first movie when I was really young, and then the second and that, and the third one, it took me longer to see that one, so I kind of saw them out of order. After the first two, I saw the fourth one, Annihilation, but it wasn't until I got older, of course, that I started to realize the fact that the movies were so cheesy, you know. Stocks, you bought Syndicate, bro? Jack the Ripper skin? Hell yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that whole DLC is great with Syndicate. I really do like that one. Nemesis, forget AC Mirage, provided you got your feedback on it. It would be nice to see it on your channel. Yeah, I'm hoping it's a good game. The dark scenes look great on Hellblade. They really do. They did a great job with this game's visuals as well. And the sound design is amazing. If you watch the behind the scenes, it shows you some of the stuff that they did, especially with the voices that Senua hears.
The gods made you a warrior for a reason. It's your calling.
She's weak, she's so weak, she's so weak. I can see her.
Why suffer the past when there is a new road ahead? The only one that makes any sense.
He's gone! Yes, End it! Now! This is nearly the end. your training.
Absolutely love that music, especially the vocals in it. That's a piece of music that I've listened to on loop quite a few times in the past. It can kind of get drowned out in the combat, that's why I was sort of like holding off for a little bit, but also to make it a bit more cinematic. Yeah, Nemesis, I've lived here my whole life. I was born here and I've never actually moved and lived anywhere else outside of Australia. So what Senua saw back testing. I had to look back at that clip because I made a clip just to hear the audio and my voice actually cut out when I was in the middle of talking, so I don't know, that's probably some new trick that's happening with my stream or my headset or something. But yeah, I was just talking about how when we see Senua return to her village, it's already happened, but we're being shown, because we haven't seen it ourselves, we're being shown her actually when she actually saw it for the first time, but she's reliving the memory of it. Microphone, what's going on? Alright, okay, so now it's working. Fucking issues with audio, I tell you what. Maybe the mic's on the way out.
Every gate you open into darkness brings another change.
Get up, quick! She's injured. She's not gonna make it. It's nearly over.
Can't do it.
Behind you!
Now I'm going to be paranoid about the mic. Okay, there's an echo that's happening in the actual thing. Alright, now let's see if the echo's there. Alright, the echo is gone, but I'm going to go back in. Alright, testing again. Now I can't hear any echo, that's good. Stocks AC Odyssey Ultimate Edition is $30 on is $30 on sale. Unfortunately, you already own that trash. Black Flag needs an Ultimate Edition. Just bought the game responsible for Arno's Assassin's Adventures. Be right back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. I don't stock Snow. I played it once and that was enough. I hate Shay as a character and I hate the story. And I hate the fact that certain characters get killed that didn't deserve to get killed. Would have preferred a game where you played as Hatham for the full game. They already had built into it, you know, a lot of stuff. Yeah, lethargic. It's like bloody piece of shit. Then you got Adewale as well. It was a rushed mess anyway, so the writing couldn't be expected to be great. The brief for them was they had to write the game story and then they had to release the game in the same year. So it didn't have the development time, especially for the writing, that other games in the series had.
Give up.
So they just rush shit and...
The journey to Helheim is never a straight one. Each must find their own path. Align yourself to its secrets, and you will find yours.
Could they have told a better story with Shay? I think they could have done. But the big problem is they're trying to insert a new character into a timeline that was already tight-packed with characters that are around that time. You know, like Haytham and Adewale. You know what I mean? They didn't need to create Shay as a character. They could have just had Haytham there already. And show us things, you know, like how Achilles got the way that he got. This is the big thing too. The game doesn't even bother trying to show what happened to Achilles, you know, wife and child either. You know, so that's a big missed opportunity for the story. You just bought Haytham game, yes. Yeah, it would have been better. And plus, they already had something that they could have used as the basis. They had that novel, Forsaken, which covers Haytham's life and shows us things that the game Assassin's Creed 3 didn't, you know. So that would have been the perfect thing. Just, you know, if they wanted to get a game out the same year that they started working on it, you've already got a story there written, just adapt it, and away you go. You just bought Rogue when you bought it on Switch, did you? Oh yeah, that's right, they released it on that, I forgot.
However you come to the gold-covered bridge that leads to Hell, you may find it guarded by a giantess. She will ask your name. She will ask your lineage. She will ask your business. The Northmen tell of the warrior woman Brynhild, who leapt into fire and rode to Hell to join her slain love Sigurd, and is challenged by the giantess.
Stocks, you're not the smartest. You write it off as you being your birthday present to yourself. When you play through this game, whatever rune stones you've interacted with, the game will actually remember on subsequent playthroughs, and I finally, after a few playthroughs, got all of them. So now whenever I play through the game, I don't have to actually worry about listening to them, but I still like to, at least ones that I come across, I'm not worried about finding every single one of them. Doctor, hoping Mirage is good, unlike Valhalla. Yeah, Mirage is one of those things where they're talking it up big, but there's no gameplay footage to back up their claims yet. Which is a bad move, because if you release a gameplay trailer a month before the game comes out, then you're going to be asking for your ass handed to you if it's a crap game. Especially people who pre-order stuff. Supposedly $49.99, is it? It's one of those things I've said before. From now on, I don't buy Assassin's Creed games straight away. I wait till they come out, see reviews, and also find out exactly what happens in the story from start to finish. If the gameplay isn't 100% exactly like they're advertising it to be in interviews, depending on how bad it is, I might let that slide still if the story's great. But if the story's crap as well, I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, that's the that's the cinematic though, Nemesis. Like, it does look great, but that's a cinematic trailer. They haven't actually shown us any gameplay and what the graphics in game actually look like. Plus, they're talking about how, oh yeah, we're going to go back to a more advanced parkour system. It's like, sure. Can you show us some gameplay footage to prove that? No? Oh. Well, forgive me if I don't trust you. That's my kind of thought process on it. Stock Switch, make Deluxe $59.99. You remember when you bought 4 as soon as it came out, it was super buggy for you? Oh, was it? Oh, damn. That really sucks, because that is a great game. I really do enjoy Black Flag a lot. Bring back Arno Parkour. Yeah, it wasn't 100% perfect, but instead of actually abandoning it like they did after it came out, because Syndicate keeps some stuff from it, but it ultimately gets rid of a lot of the advancements that were made. When something doesn't work 100% perfectly, you don't abandon it. You try and refine it and make it better. But they were like, oh, need to completely neuter the assassin's ability to be, you know, agile. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy Syndicate, and it's one of those games that I enjoy and I like it, and it's probably Ubisoft Quebec's best Assassin's Creed game that they've done. They've done DLC before, but if you're looking at purely just games that they've done in the series, which is Syndicate and Odyssey, Syndicate for me is a much better game than Odyssey because, well, number one, it actually is an Assassin's Creed game still. There's some things here and there in Syndicate that rub me the wrong way, but not enough for me to hate the game or anything like that. Because some of the stuff is just basically the writer's fault. It's not something that the character themselves is necessarily to blame for. Nemesis, in your opinion, if Mirage is not next gen only, it's a letdown. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I think it's time that companies make the window for when they're still doing games for the previous generation to be much smaller. And then once it's done, you know, too bad if you haven't got the next gen system by then. You know what I mean? Like, there comes a point where, as a consumer, you have to think to yourself, well, right, you know, when can I get this thing? Like, for example, Tomb Raider 2013. I first played the Xbox 360 version. And when I started playing it, I was like, you know what? I'm liking it, but I'd rather actually play what at the time was the current gen, which was Xbox One and PS4. I decided, you know what, I'm not going to play it all the way through. I'm going to stop the game here. And I was very early. In fact, Lara hadn't even gotten the climbing axe yet. That's how much of it I played. And I was like, nah, I got a feeling that I'm going to enjoy this game as a current gen one. So I got it on Xbox One and absolutely loved it. So I was glad I did that. But yeah, there's only some games where I'll make an exception and get the previous gen version, but generally speaking, once a certain cutoff point happens, I'm just like, nah, I may as well wait till I get the current gen version. Even if it takes months to do so. Stocks, yeah, the PS4 and Xbox will hold back the graphics quite a bit, but you think they can do it? Yeah, and the other thing is too, they're probably using the same game engine that they used for Assassin's Creed Unity, basically, because they haven't changed it since then. Nemesis publishers are greedy. That's true, they can be. Stocks, at this point, you've missed out on 2 games because of next gen, have you? Oh no. Yeah, that'd be annoying, especially if they're games that really look like they're great ones.
The gate. It's opening.
Who is it?
It's coming.
That song again.
Is it? Is it?
It's Hela.
Yes, the source of the darkness. It's coming. This is your moment.
I'm sorry. I can't watch this.
What are you doing? You're showing weakness. You're not a warrior. You're a disgrace. The gods will punish you for this. Pick up the sword. Pick it up. Fight the darkness. Fight it. Get up. Get up. Get up and fight.
Stormy seas and lost souls. She's dreamt of this before. They say dreams are visions of our memories, thoughts and fears, as seen by our inner eye. But what if each one of us is always dreaming, even when awake, and we only see what our inner eye creates for us? Is this what hell is? A world shaped by Senua's nightmares. Maybe that's why people feared seeing the world through her eyes. Because if you believe that Senua's reality is twisted, you must accept that yours might be too.
You failed the gods. You're pathetic. Rotten. Cursed. What were you thinking? Did you really think you could win? How stupid can you be?
So stupid.
Everyone hates her. She's cursed.
The shadow hates.
Look at you. A warrior. Worthless. Weak. Pathetic. Go on. Feel sorry for yourself, because there is no one left to do that for you.
Everywhere. What's that?
Take it. If you're too much of a coward to fight, then end the suffering. Broken and lost. Just like your sword.
Come on. There.
Why go on when you give everything and face that which torments you? only to find that it is worse than you could have imagined. Why go on? Is it really so weak to ask this? Or are we just so afraid of the honest answer that we do not dare pose the question? Sometimes the answer lies in a memory, a feeling, a song.
It's not real. It's a trick. It's not real. It is real. Listen to it. She can
Don't give up.
Dillion. Dillion. It's
Not like this.
It can't be. It's not real. It is real. It's a trick. Don't trust it. Maybe you're already dead. Who are you?
Do you still believe in me, Senua?
No. It's
Enough.
It's a trick. She knows he's here. It's a trick. He's already dead. You know he's here. He can't be here. It's impossible. Dillion.
Come to me. Please.
The light. Go towards the light. It's him. There he is. It can't be him. It's just a trick. It's in your mind. No, he's here. It's in your mind. It's real. It's happening. Go towards it.
Stocks, you think Assassin's Creed Revelations is better on Xbox 360 because of the fucked up light shafts in the tombs? Yeah, I haven't actually played the original version for a while. I've only ever played in the most recent years the remastered version, so I have to keep an eye out for that actually. Really, Nemesis? Over Pop-Tarts? A fist fight? Jeez. That's ridiculous. Stocks like they didn't even try to make it look good. Well, the remastered made it look bad. Yeah, which is not what you want to have happen in a remaster of something. Hey there, Afro. Gates open, that's what they are for. That is true indeed. The gate to Helheim, though, I don't know if we want that to open, do we? Helheim. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Excellent. Glad to hear that you're going well, Ryu. That's awesome. Oh, already got one, Stocks. Yeah, I managed to finally get a PS5. So games that have the static audio issue when I stream them on the Xbox, I'll be rebuying them for the PlayStation. So hopefully there won't be any issues streaming from the PlayStation.
It's Dillion. He's gone. You were too slow. How could you? Keep going. How could you? Keep going. Ignore the pain. I told you it was to trick you. I told you. Where are you going? See, there's nothing to follow. Come on.
Before she first met him, she was not in a good place. Just a teenager, but not like the others. Barely functioning, she rarely left the house. Her father's in-bell made sure of that. Only occasionally did she venture out on her own, collecting firewood and herbs. Errands out in the Orkney Plains. That was her world. Like this one. Barren and lonely.
You're getting stronger.
That's excellent, Stocks, that it's done. All finished. Not sure, Afro, to be honest. Stocks Madonna mia. Hey there, viewer. How's it going?
It's already disappeared.
Nothing lives here, not even you.
It's pointless.
It's in your mind. You think you can see it, but it's in your mind.
There's the truth. There he was.
Where is he?
The lone figure of a
He's
boy.
there, under the tree.
Swordplay under the shade of a tree.
Come on, you have to keep doing
She remembers the first time she saw him. To her young eyes, he moved as if dancing, and the world danced with him. The gloom lifted, and for the first time in years she felt a ray of hope.
There's the tree. Where is he? He's there. Where is he? He's there, under the tree. You can see him.
There he is.
Come on, you have to keep
Dillion
going.
is waiting for you. Keep going.
The Northmen tell of a great hero. His name is Sigmund. His father's hall was built around a great tree, and one day, Odin comes and thrusts a sword into the tree, a gift to whomever can release it. Many try, but the sword only comes out at Sigmund's touch. His brother-in-law, King Siggeir, wants it, but Sigmund refuses him, so King Siggeir plots revenge. He invites Sigmund and his brothers to a feast, but when they arrive, they are met with an army, not a warm welcome. King Siggeir captures Sigmund and his brothers, steals his coveted sword, and readies them for execution.
Stocks, what happened to Sean? Damn, bro. Yeah, they gave him a bit of a visual makeover, especially with his hairstyle as well. Feel you've been better, but you'll also be better in the near future. That's a good way to look at it. Even though it can be hard sometimes, it's good to, if you can. Obviously, sometimes it's very hard to. I do fewer, yes, so here's a link to it. So at the moment, it's only archived streams that I'm putting on there. But I do want to actually do some video projects of my own and put them on there in the future as well. Related to gaming, of course. Ah, thanks viewer, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that.
As the she-wolf licks the sweet honey from Sigmund's face, he bites the wolf's tongue. The she-wolf pulls away, but Sigmund holds on. The chains break, and he is free. After his escape, Sigmund lives like us, hidden in the forest. His enemy, King Siggeir, believing him dead, as his sister plots revenge. And for vengeance to succeed, even the great Sigmund needs help. So she sends her sons to him. But their blood is weak and corrupted, and they're put to death by Sigmund. So his sister hatches a new plan, one that is cold of heart and pure of blood.
Something I thought I'd do with this playthrough that I hadn't done before with these runestones is move the camera so that Senua's face is in full close-up, because these are memories that she's remembering of the stories that Druth told her about the Norse mythology. And so I wanted to have her face in view when she's listening, because it's almost like she's listening again for the first time. Little things like that I like to do in games, just to do things a bit differently. Sometimes I like to move the camera on purpose in certain ways to add, or try to add at least, some kind of dramatic effect to what's going on. Yeah, Rupert Ferris. He wants some laudanum for his head. But Jacob can give him something that will permanently cure him of that headache that he's having. Rupert Ferris. It's cool that Paul Amos, who plays Jacob, was in another Assassin's Creed game. He's also in Valhalla as King Rodri. The actor for Arno, Dan Janot, he actually voices a character named Pierre in Assassin's Creed Chronicles Siege of Paris DLC. So if you want to hear what Arno would have actually sounded like with a French accent, then if you look up Pierre, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Siege of Paris, then you'll be able to hear what he would have sounded like as Arno with a French accent.
Day after day, watching from afar, she mimicked him, perfecting her own secret dance, wishing those fleeting moments of light would stretch out to last forever.
It's interesting the way that they've structured this, because we see what Senua saw when she returned to the village to find that everyone was dead, and that Dillion was killed with the Blood Eagle sacrifice by the Northmen. And so we see his death from her eyes and all that kind of stuff, but now we're going to see when they actually first met each other.
Sigmund's sister trades shapes with a sorceress, and in disguise, she lies with her own brother. She gives birth to a son named Sinfjotli. After a time, she sends him to the forest to Sigmund. He tests the boy and finds him strong and fearless, and so they go to take their vengeance on King Siggeir. luck is not on their side. They're captured, and Siggeir has them buried alive.
No, it's a trick. It's an illusion. It's not real. Do you really think it's real? You want to believe it's real, but it's a trick. You're deluded. Where are you going? Where is she going? What is she following? You can't even fight. It's just deception.
How does he so effortlessly court the world and bliss? If only she could do the same. See the world through eyes anew and dance with it, just like he does.
What's your name?
Senua.
I haven't seen you before.
I don't leave home much.
Oh, Zeno's daughter.
I have to go.
Wait. Who taught you to fight like that?
No one.
No one?
Well, I watched you, and
You learnt all of that from watching me? You should become a warrior, you know.
me?
I'm Dillion. I'm here for the warrior trials. Just come and watch. And bring your sword.
You can't put it into words. That moment when you look into the eyes of the one who's supposed to reassure you, make you feel safe. It only takes an instant. Fear swallows you before you have a chance to make sense of it. And darkness becomes a part of who you are. But her world changed the day the Northmen took him from her. Senua knows that there's no going back to how things were. That there's nothing to go back to at all.
Stay still, stay quiet, hide, don't tell her.
Their gods can see into your mind. They will use this power to destroy you.
They won't stop me. I can still feel him.
Whatever's left of him, they will never let him go.
I'm not gonna let him rot here.
You're the one rotting here.
Leave me alone.
You will die here.
No.
And all your suffering will have been for nothing.
Shut up! Dillion? Is that you? I'll find you, my love. I promise.
see him? You want to believe it. Is he not real? Is he there? You're alone in these mountains. Is that Dillion? Nothing lives here. You won't survive. You met him by the tree. She met him by the tree. Maybe it's a sign, the tree. What's he trying to tell you? He's waiting for you by the tree.
The Tree of Woe. That's the name of a tree in the original Conan the Barbarian movie. When Conan gets captured by Thulsa Doom, and his punishment is to be hung on a tree till he dies. Thulsa Doom is like, you'll be hung on the Tree of Woe. I can't do a James Earl Jones impression, but he's the actor who plays Thulsa Doom. And there's actually a reference to that in Assassin's Creed Origins when Bayek gets put up against or left to hang on like a tree or I think it's actually a crucifix in Assassin's Creed Origins Hidden Ones DLC. Bit of a reference to that too, because in Conan, when he's actually hanging on the tree for all that time, he eventually gets saved by his friend Subutai. Viewer, calling it a night but keeping the show on. Have a good one. Thank you so much, viewer. I definitely will, and I hope that things start to look better for you soon. Hope you have a good sleep and everything like that too. Thank you so much for popping in, and I'll definitely catch you next time. Thanks for leaving the show on lurk as well.
As Sigmund and Sinfjotli are being buried alive, Sigmund's sister throws an armful of straw into the grave mound. Hidden in the straw is Sigmund's sword, the gift of Odin. They cut their way out of the grave mound and set fire to Siggeir's hall. The king burns to death. Sigmund calls to his sister to come out so that she may live and be honored. She does come out, but only to tell him the truth. That she had slept with him, her brother, to beget a strong avenger. I am not fit to live, she says, and walks back into the fire. Strike vengeance from your heart, Senua, as there is always a heavy price to pay.
Druth is such a great character, and I would have liked if there was a DLC for this game where you actually played as him and got a bit more of his story, because Senua tells him a lot about what happened to him and everything like that, but it would have been cool to have a DLC where we played as him. And actually show the moment when he meets Senua, when he's telling her these stories. Because in that way, then you could play the DLC first before the main game, and then you could do like a timeline of events kind of thing with the game. Nemesis News is saying thousands of gamers show up to Las Vegas for Pokemon Tour. Never got into Pokemon. Yeah, that kind of whizzed past me, because by that point I was well and truly looking for other forms of, games and stuff. And, I was more into games that are more serious in nature, so to speak. Like, more, I guess, graphically realistic, to use a word that gets sometimes overused, but also sometimes underused, but also sometimes misunderstood to mean 100% total realism, which it doesn't. For something to be realistic doesn't mean it has to be 100% real.
And here is the end of Sigmund's story. He was a fierce and great warrior who fought many battles. But one day, an old man came onto the battlefield. Although shadowed by a hood, Sigmund saw that he only had one eye. The man raised his spear, and Sigmund struck at it with his sword, but the sword shattered into pieces. Sigmund then knew that this was Odin, and thus that victory could not be his. He bowed his head and accepted his end. Dying, he tells his wife that she is with child, and that her son will one day make a great weapon out of the fragments of his sword. The sword named Gram.
Gram. Swords that start with the letter G. Another one that comes to mind is Glamdring, which is the name of Gandalf's sword. You'll admit it, you were into Pokemon as a kid, but you grew out of that phase. Overall, you definitely don't mind it, mainly because your girlfriend is also a fan, despite her not catching up with it. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. It's like you get to a point where when you're younger, sometimes you are trying all these different kinds of video games and things, but as you get older, you start to find your style of game, you know, and once games started to be very, you know, movie-like in their stories, because obviously it took a while for them to become movie-like in their actual cinematic value, but when games were paying more attention to the story, I found myself really gravitating to, you know, story-based games. But some of that was already there with, you know, growing up playing games like Secret of Evermore and Secret of Mana, obviously because they've got stories and stuff. But it kind of solidified the fact that, now don't get me wrong, like I love Legend of Zelda, for example, and you wouldn't call those graphics quote-unquote realistic, you know what I mean? But I like the Legend of Zelda series because I grew up on it, you know. But yeah, things like Pokemon, I just never got into, and it'll stay that way. I don't mind. I don't have to play every single game in existence before I die, you know what I mean? You was always in fighting games. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, I may not play a lot of them nowadays, but, you know, back in the day when it was like, you know, renting Street Fighter 2 or Mortal Kombat 2 and, you know, having fun with friends playing Mortal Kombat and all that kind of stuff, you know, I was definitely playing those games. But Tekken sort of went by the wayside for me, because I think that was when I was more into like third-person action games like Siphon Filter and Tomb Raider and all that type of stuff. But still do enjoy the fighting stuff. But I do have plans to do, as you know, Ryu, a Mortal Kombat marathon. But I also want to do, you know, other fighting games as well. Not necessarily one-on-one fighting games, but, you know, side-scrolling beat-em-ups and stuff.
Take it. A sword. Take it. Dillion left it for you. Take it. Take it. Take it. Don't take it.
Senua, imagine a sword that can slay gods. Its name is Gram. It was forged by the god of all Northmen, Odin, and gifted to Sigmund, a great warrior.
I need this sword. It's important. Can you help me?
The sword appears whole, but it is an illusion. It shattered into shards long ago. It is said a great warrior can reforge Gram by answering the trials of Odin, one for each shard. The roots of the Tree of Death will take you to new lands where you will face the trials.
Go to the shards. Go to the shard.
Go to the shards.
What's the shard? Find it.
It's the metal runestones.
It's in front of you.
Find it.
The metal. The runes.
You need that sword.
Go to the shard.
Find the shards.
Hey there, Templar. You just saw the wildest shit in the Walmart today. Two things. One, they had a PS5 and Xbox Series X in stock, so that was crazy, was it? You're definitely into beat 'em ups as well, mainly Double Dragon and Streets of Rage. You like Final Fight as well, you just prefer Streets of Rage. Yeah. Yeah, same here. It's so funny in the Japanese version, which as you know Ryu is called Bare Knuckle. It's funny how in that Axel goes Bare Knuckle when he does his special punch. He says it in the other versions too, doesn't he? But it sounds different. Or it sounded different to my ears. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
Where is it?
Or maybe he doesn't say it in the other version too.
Focus. Focus. Use your eyes.
Oh, Grand Upper. That's right.
Get close.
Grand Upper is what he says in the other versions. So it's Bare Knuckle in the Japanese version, and it's Grand Upper in the other versions, I think. Templar, but one of the employees, you're not fucking kidding, looked exactly like Charles Manson, like an uncanny resemblance. He had the medium-length crazy hair, poofy beard, and his face was the same. You dead-ass did a double take because you thought you were losing your mind, but he did. Yeah, it's interesting when people have similar facial features to other people, and, you know, when they have their hair a certain way, it can, you know, accentuate the parts of their face that otherwise you wouldn't notice as being similar to someone else's, but they actually, you know, make you realize, oh shit, you know, this person looks like this other person. Ryu, yep, Bare Knuckle, it legit reminds you of how Resident Evil is called Biohazard in Japan. Yeah, Ryu, I like how Resident Evil 7 in Japan is called Biohazard 7 Resident Evil, and in other places, you know, it's Resident Evil Biohazard, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Templar, what made it crazy were you listening to some tunes while shopping and Helter Skelter came on? It was fate.
I want to tell you a story about a god of the Northmen called Balder. The second son of Odin. He was beautiful, good and wise. He was fair of feature, he spoke fair words, he gave fair judgments. Light shone from him. Only good things were told of him. Yet he was the first of the gods to die.
Templar, all you were thinking was there ain't no fucking way this is a coincidence, someone's pulling your leg. It's all a setup. They all set it up for you, Templar. They knew that you were going to go there that day. They knew that you would recognize someone who looked like Charles Manson, and they knew that you were going to be listening to music, so they knew to have that music play. And of course there's the name rotation of the boss characters in Street Fighter. That's true, I forgot about that. That's okay, Stocks. No worries at all. Best of luck on the speed run. I hope it goes well for you. I'll definitely still be streaming in 3 hours, that's for sure. Ryu the boxer character is M. Bison in Japan because he was based on Mike Tyson, but Capcom didn't want to get a lawsuit, so his name is Balrog in the US. Templar, all you're thinking is, oh shit, someone better warn the Hollywood Hills residents he's back.
You want to see what the mask sees? No, she doesn't. Don't look through it. You're curious. Be careful. It's not safe. Trust It's the same. It's another world. It's lighter.
That's nicer. I like it here.
The bridge.
It's not broken.
It's fixed.
What happened?
The bridge is fixed.
Let's cross it.
Dillion is in there.
Don't forget.
You can feel it. You need the runes to fight Dillion. You need Dillion. He's waiting for you.
He always said he would wait.
He's close.
He cares about you.
I feel he's close.
He loves you.
Calling you. Dillion. Dillion, we're here.
Dillion.
We're nearly here.
Yep, and the cage fighter who was named Balrog in Japan became Vega in the US. Of course, the dictator is Vega in Japan, but is M. Bison in the US. You know, it can be very confusing. Very, very confusing. Because a lot of those characters weren't in the first game, were they? You offered to me freely. I do not deny that my heart has greatly desired this. In place of a Dark Lord, you would have honored, not dark, but awesome and terrible as the Commando, treacherous as the T-500, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall fear me and despair. I have passed the test. I will diminish and go into the west and remain Arnold. I cannot do this alone. You are a ring bearer, Frodo. To bear a ring of power is to be alone. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Thanks for changing the quote from Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, into that. How's it going, Harbinger? You nope, they debuted in Street Fighter 2. Thankfully, Sagat didn't have to go through any name change. Yeah, Sagat. So starting this week, I've made a change to what days certain games are happening. So Hellblade is just for Monday, and then next Monday I'll be starting my Resident Evil Remake Marathon. And Tuesdays will now also be GTA 5.
Go through it.
It's dangerous.
Follow it.
What's behind the gate?
Where will it take you?
It's not safe.
How much are finishing Wasteland 2 today, hopefully? Oh, cool. There's the third one too, isn't there, I think?
You are guilty.
Was it worth it?
Dillion doesn't know who killed him, but we do.
You broke him. You killed him. You couldn't see the darkness within you.
Harbinger, you finished Wasteland 3 in January. Bought this 3 weeks ago, did you? Oh, okay, cool. So how does it compare really to the other one? Your Street Fighter 6 is coming out on June 2nd. You'll definitely play it and you're hopeful that it will turn out well. Oh yeah, the one where they took the
Love her now.
Can you remember what love feels like?
Look what happens to the things she loves. She destroys the things she loves.
the game where for the logo they basically took another logo and they just edited it and said, hey, here's our logo for Street Fighter 6. Yeah, but hopefully it is good review.
Nobody will love her now. Can you remember what it feels like? She destroys Dillion.
There he is.
There he is.
What are you waiting for?
Quick, find a way.
Find him.
Go through now. The darkness is swallowed. Dillion, don't lose him.
Slip away too many times.
You always let him disappear.
Dillion, there he is.
Quick.
Where is he?
Where's he gone?
We're in the wrong world.
He's not here.
She's in the wrong world.
He's not in this world.
He's in the other one. He's in the other one. He's in the dark world.
The dark.
The dark world.
Oh, did they really? Oh, that's good.
Do you remember what love feels like?
The world once seemed so simple. Black and white. Darkness and light. Narrow dividing lines of our own making. Dillion taught her to see further. To peek through the cracks and see the worlds of color stretching away from the gloom. And Senua explored new paths into the unknown.
He was kind to her. Do you remember the way he touched you?
Nope, you're definitely not hearing them, Templar. As in, outside of the game. You definitely are hearing them from the game. View gameplay wise, it definitely looks and feels like it's traditional Street Fighter with some tweaks, of course.
He saved you when everyone else turned their backs.
Very interesting how Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat have evolved over the years in terms of their gameplay. Yeah, they've definitely changed a lot as the time has gone on. That's for sure.
Where's the red?
Can you find
It
him?
might not be where you expect.
Where do you expect she can come? Where's the room? She wants to go.
Give up.
It's a secret. Senua, you've got it.
He's the reason she keeps fighting.
He's gone.
He's in the dark world.
He's gone to the dark world.
You're in the wrong world.
He's in the other world.
The dark world.
Without you.
He was the only one that really loved her.
He did love her.
Do you remember the smell of his neck?
She thought that she knew best.
She thought she had light within her.
She is pure darkness.
Street Fighter goes for the if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality since the Alpha games. Obviously they've introduced new mechanics since then, but overall it feels largely unchanged. Mortal Kombat often changed up the gameplay within each new installment. Yeah, I guess that's true too as well. But you know, it helps make them, you know, unique to each other still, I think, as well. Templar, you think she needs to seek help, like physical and psychological, or she took some really bad acid? Yeah, so this game deals with a character who is suffering from conditions that back in her time period people considered to be a sign that you were mad, not a sign that you were just needing, you know, help and reassurance and guidance and, you know, empathy and all that kind of stuff. So Senua being able to see the world in a different way than everyone else can, and living a sheltered life like she did. Her father basically was like very domineering over her and forbade her to go out much. And her mother, on the other hand, was very kind of like spiritual and could see, things in the world that others couldn't, like certain faces and hear voices and stuff. So her mother basically has a lot of psychic kind of abilities and stuff like that. So this whole game is dealing with that and showing us a character experiencing those things back in her own time period and how it was treated and all that kind of stuff. But when they actually made the game, they actually did in-depth analysis and actually got help from people who actually suffer or have certain ways of seeing the world. Actually act as what do they call the word? I can't remember the word that I'm trying to think of. When people get hired to help out who have knowledge of the thing. Mortal Kombat definitely is a good example. Of course, it does help. Street Fighter is an example of the style being the same and still being good. Mortal Kombat definitely is a good example of the change in style working well. Mortal Kombat 3 is definitely a different beast compared to Mortal Kombat 2, for example. That is true as well. I think it's important sometimes for a franchise like that to make those changes as well. And then you get games in that series which were sort of like on the in-between of when they were going into 3D gaming, like Mortal Kombat 4, for example. Templar, so how much of this is real? You think she's suffering from schizophrenia? You're actually at risk for it due to your family. Yeah, so the death of Dillion, that was real, that happened. Senua being able to see, shapes in the world is real, and that kind of stuff. And the darkness isn't real, but it's representative of her father, who was real. So there's that too. And as we go through the story of the game, we experience things that Senua has already experienced, so they're memories. However, we also see her in real time, how she reacted to those events. So for example, when she returned from her inner journey, when she wanted to try and fight the darkness, she came back and the Northmen, the raiders, the Vikings had gone through and killed everyone in the village, and her lover especially, they did the blood eagle on. So we see the moment when she actually turns up and sees him dead for the first time, and the way that we're shown it, we're seeing it from her perspective of reliving the memory, while at the same time we're experiencing it for the first time ourselves, So they do that a lot throughout the game. So some of what we're experiencing even right now could potentially be something that has already actually happened as well. But all these areas that we're in now, they are representative of the warrior trials that Senua went through. And she needs to go through all of these in present time to be able to actually get the sword that she wants.
Nobody will love you again.
Ever again.
There he is. Where are you taking him?
He's up there. How do you go? There's a way. The darkness is swallowing you. There is a way up there. Find the way. She can. You're nearly there. Shh. Find the way.
Templar, so her mind is kind of being destroyed over the game's time. Yeah, it's kind of like she wants to get the soul back of Dillion, and because they believe that the head was where the soul was residing, that's why she's carrying his head on her waist there, to take it to Helheim to get Hela to actually give Dillion's soul back to her. So she needs the sword to kill Hela, because it's the only sword that can actually kill a god or a goddess. Plus her sword broke, so she needs a replacement one.
Loki makes a dart out of mistletoe and goes to the gods as they throw things at Balder. The blind god, Huth, was there. Loki asks him why he wasn't taking part. Huth says, "I cannot see where Balder stands, and even if I could see him, I have no weapon." Loki replies, "Here is a wand. I will tell you where he stands." And Huth throws the mistletoe at Balder. It pierces through him, and to everyone's horror, Balder is killed. And for this, Huth is slain.
You kill the things you love with your curse.
Templar, but you're gonna guess the god isn't going to show up.
Precious to you.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, is Senua really seeing Hela, or is it all in her mind's eye? You know.
The curse strangled you just like it strangled him.
The Northmen tell how the gods mourned Balder. His body was to be burnt on his ship, but they could not manage to push it into the sea, and sent for a giantess to do it. She comes riding a wolf and has vipers for her reins. She pushes Balder's ship into the sea with such force that the ground shakes and the rollers burst into flames. When Balder's wife sees his body carried onto the ship, her heart bursts with grief, and she dies. She's put next to her husband, and the pyre is lit, sending the dead to hell. But even so, the gods cannot accept his death.
Your curse has claimed Dillion. Poor Dillion. He didn't know. He was kind. He believed you. Years had passed since she left her father. She trained hard alongside her friend. Why didn't she listen to Dillion? She thought she could define us. She saw things no one else could. Patterns, shapes, movement. An intuition that made her an exceptional warrior. Friendship turned to love. But the shadow of darkness never let her go, and she was caught between two worlds. That of Zinbel and her past, and Dillion, her future. You're cursed. Two realities, tearing at her soul.
Templar, I think these guys also made the Devil May Cry remake. Yeah, this is actually the first and only game so far of Ninja Theories that I've actually played.
You had that loved you. You squashed it, strangled it, flattened it. The curse cannot be undone. Look what happens to the things you love. wasting your time. You have no time for this. Speed up. These runes mean nothing. It's all part of everything has broken.
Trials to distract you with your love because he believed in you.
They're going to watch you fall.
What if these trials mean nothing?
It's laughing at you.
What if they take you no closer to Dillion?
Dillion, you're letting this get in the way.
What if they are just to tire you out, to make you weak before the battle?
Do you know? Was it worth it?
You're still alive and Dillion's dead. He doesn't deserve to be dead.
How does that make you feel? He's the reason she's alive at all.
Templar Devil May Cry is amazing, but takes time to get used to, does it? Yeah, the only game in the series I've ever played all the way through is the first one. Haven't played the other ones, but...
Do you remember the way he stroked your hair?
Do you remember the way he felt?
Your favourite is Devil May Cry 3. I gotcha. Yeah, I didn't like the first one, so it kind of put me off trying the other ones.
Overcome with grief, the gods send Hermod to ride to Hell and ask Hela to let Balder return home. All the gods are weeping, he says.
He didn't believe
Are
that
they?
she was going.
Asks Hela.
He saved you.
We shall see if he is truly missed. If everything in the world will weep for him, he shall go back to the gods. But if even one thing refuses, Balder stays with me. The gods send messengers everywhere. Weep for Balder, weep him out of hell. And everything wept. Men, beasts, earth, stone, trees, metal, everything. Except for a giantess they find in a cave. Balder was never my friend, she says. Let Hel keep what she has. The Northmen say that the giantess must have been Loki in disguise.
Loki. You can actually hear in one of the runes coming up soon that how Loki was punished when they found out that he was responsible. And if the Loki in the MCU is ever actually killed off, I don't think we'll see him killed off in the way that Loki from Norse mythology was actually killed off. Templar, the first one is meh in the grand scheme of things. The second you should never touch ever, as it is shit, boring story, too easy, and adds nada to the story. So including the remake, there's 5 games, isn't there, in the series?
Remember Dillion.
What do you remember?
Templar, but every game after gives the characters more personality, great gameplay, good story, lovable dialogue, and cool ass cutscenes. Nice.
You broke him. You killed him. You couldn't see the darkness within you.
There's Devil May Cry 1 to 5 and the remake. Oh, so they did a 5th one. As in Devil May Cry 5. Okay, I didn't realise. Yeah, the main Capcom franchises I'm a big fan of is Resident Evil and Dead Rising. There's a lot of their other ones that I haven't really gotten into.
He's the reason she keeps fighting.
runes. You see runes everywhere. Everywhere. What if they're not real? What if they don't actually make sense? What if they're a trick? The gods were lying. If you think it makes sense, but really the gods are playing with you. It makes sense in your mind, but it doesn't make sense. Worlds. The gods announced, but it doesn't mean anything. You can't read this language. You don't understand. Sinbel was right. You're wasting time. You're cursed. You'll never succeed. Slow. Quicker.
Templar, 1 wasn't bad per se, just kind of boring. 2 is the biggest snore fest of a game you've ever played in your entire life. So if you ever want to go to sleep, just play Devil May Cry 2 and you'll go to sleep. Now we're going to hear about what happens to Loki.
Does it feel like to be in love?
The Northmen tell how the gods punished Loki for Baldur's death. They captured him and took him to a cave. They fetched his 2 sons and turned one into a wolf, and he ripped his brother apart. The gods used Loki's own son's entrails to tie him down, and turned these bonds to iron, and dangled a poisonous serpent over his face, so that its venom would drip onto him. Each time the venom drips onto Loki's face, he writhes in agony. The Northmen say that is the cause of earthquakes. A reminder, perhaps, that if even gods must accept death, then so must we.
That's something very important that Druth says, and it's something that is part of Senua's journey through this story, is coming to terms with the grief over the loss of Dillion, and the idea about, how, death is something that is a part of life, even though it can be a negative thing, obviously, but it's just a part of life that happens. Templar, DMC 2 is literally too easy. Devil May Cry is known for being quite difficult and high octane. 2 is literally too easy. It gives you nothing fun to do. Definitely sounds like I'm not missing out on much then. But the likelihood of me playing even the games that are considered great are probably very low still.
He saw who she really was. He saw the warrior within.
The warrior within. Can't help but think of Prince of Persia, Warrior Within.
Look what happens to the things you love. You are guilty. Do you remember him whispering in your ear?
So how's that for a punishment to Loki? His sons get turned into wolves. One of them rips apart the other. They take his son's entrails and tie him down. And then they have a venomous snake drip poison onto his face.
Do you even remember? His love is guiding you.
Here we go.
Dillion didn't believe in the curse. Dillion believed in you.
There we go. Finally found the right angle to stand at.
What if they're all about wasting your time? Do you remember the way he strikes minute by minute?
Templar sounds like an average Saturday night to you.
What if the gods are laughing at her?
Messing with her.
It wouldn't be this.
First time.
You had that loved you.
You squashed it, strangled it.
The curse cannot be undone.
Dillion!
Very, very careful.
Dillion never much cared for the underworld, and looked dimly upon the druids, like her father, Zinbel. I guess he took after his father, a chieftain who believed nothing he couldn't see, and he happened to be blind. She felt safe in Dillion's arms, and to see the world through his eyes. And slowly,
Do it, Senua.
the darkness that had bound her so tightly began to unravel.
Very careful.
You've come this far, don't let him slip away.
It's a narrow bridge.
Go to him.
And there's a long way to fall. There he is. Be careful,
Go
Senua.
to him. Go to him.
That's it. Quicker.
Quicker.
So the pose that he's doing there is the blood eagle. Templar. Actually, that describes the last keg party you were at. It was a fun time.
Breathe. Where's he gone?
It's your fault. He's disappeared. You've lost him to the sea. He's gone. You've lost him to the... He's gone to the water. He's drowned.
Senua. Your father cannot understand your darkness. He cannot see through your eyes. No one can. My own father was born blind. Doesn't have the faintest idea of what the night looks like. The word dark to him means as little as the word light. So someone is afraid of the dark. Should we fix them by taking away their sight? Would you give up the beautiful world that you, and only you, can see just to be rid of your nightmares? Or is this the price you pay for the gift you have? A gift that makes you so special in my eyes. Just another part of the person I love.
I left for the wilds to protect you from my darkness. Because I love you. But it made it worse. I'm so sorry.
It's done.
You did it.
But there's more.
Keep going.
There's more.
You're tired, but you have to keep going.
There's still more.
There's always more to do.
It's not going to be easy.
You're getting tired.
Can you do another one?
It's too much.
Have you got the energy? She hasn't got the energy.
No. Too much to do.
Templar, I think you're going insane from the voices. Holy shit, did she actually jump? That's a good question, actually.
I saw once a plague strike northern lands of ice. It was so terrible that not the oldest man among us could remember the like. Hundreds died. The sickness took nearly every person younger than 40, and many older. And where dying mothers gave birth, the marks of the plague were on the babes as they came out of the womb.
Where are we? I don't like it. This place feels...
What is this place?
This place feels... It's... creepy. Creepy.
It feels wrong.
It feels strange. Where is it? Where are we?
Turn back.
This is wrong. This has to be wrong.
This place stinks.
It's disgusting.
There he is.
There
Dillion.
he is.
The light.
Go towards it.
He's in the house.
Find
He's going in.
He's disappearing.
Follow him.
Don't let him disappear.
The air is gone.
Keep going.
How do you find it? It's just a trial.
It's just another test.
You just have to solve it, and then you will find him.
Then you will succeed. Just one little test to do.
It's a test. Like the old warrior trials. Dillion will help me. The stench of rot. She can almost taste it. Do you smell it? No. Don't worry. Not everyone can. It was a warm spring day when she went to the river with Dillion and the others. With the water. She could taste the rot. But no one else could. She knew something was wrong, something sinister. She begged them to leave, but they just laughed at her. But soon enough, as the bodies piled up, no one was laughing. And they knew that she was not like them.
Is it a gate?
It's an illusion.
It's magic.
Just another trick.
So that's an example of how Senua also has her mother's psychic ability, and before the plague hit, in the area where it hit, she could smell the rot. And that's an example of sensing the future through not just a thought, but also through things like a smell and stuff like that. So she knew that there was something about that place that was going to become rotten, and everyone else were just laughing at her when she told them that they should leave. But then when the plague hit, and what she actually had predicted through smelling the rot actually came to pass, they weren't laughing anymore, because they realized, oh shit. But then they would have been like, you know, how did you know that was going to happen, and would have been wary of her, and basically, you know, treated her like a recluse.
The bridge. It's broken. Fix it.
You have to fix it. How are you going to fix it?
You can't get
no,
to the
you
house.
have to find him.
Quick, get to the house. Get to the house and finish this trial.
It doesn't finish until you get to the house.
Before he disappears, Senua.
You have to get in.
The Northmen speak of a death moon,
Up the
a
tower.
light shaped like a half moon that appears inside a house and goes around the walls. I once saw the death moon appear at a farm, and first the shepherd died, then a guest died, and then the farm hands, and then the farmer and 6 of his men drowned at sea. That is not the end of it, because the dead return to haunt the living. If you see the death moon, then beware, because there will be death in that house.
That's it.
You did it. Shh. trial, get to the house.
You succeeded.
Senua! Come to me! Where are you?
I'm here! I'm right here!
Are you in there? Come out if you are.
Where is he? Find him.
You have to find him.
The runes.
Focus.
Focus on the runes.
Focus the
Focus on
runes.
Dillion! They're coming for me!
You can hear Dillion. It's Dillion. Go to him. There it is. It's close.
Run! Run now! What should I do?
You came through the wrong door. Where's your sword?
To defend yourself.
What is that creature?
The light. The room.
Go towards it. Focus. Focus. Focus.
Look.
Focus. Two more. Where are you? You're lost.
Where are they?
This all looks the same. There it is. Run! It's
Run.
Run now!
Save him! You're dying.
You're lost.
You're dying. This is what death feels like. There it is. It's
Run.
close.
Run now! I can't find you!
Through the wrong door.
How are you going to fight?
Where's your sword?
To defend yourself.
You have to find one more. There it is. It's
Run.
close.
Run now! Save him! They're coming!
How are you going to fight?
Where's your sword?
To defend yourself.
What is that creature? You've got them.
You have them.
Where's the door?
Find a way out.
Run!
Don't let them look at you.
Don't let it see you. It's coming. Move away. You're lost again. There it is.
Run!
It's close.
Run now! Save him! Dillion!
Where's your sword?
To defend yourself.
What is that creature?
You can't defend
Dillion.
yourself.
It's Dillion. Find the creature.
Where's Dillion?
Where are we?
That's not Dillion.
It's not safe. I feel unsafe. Where is it?
I'm not safe.
You're dying.
You're lost.
You're dying. This is what death feels like.
kill me! Don't let it see you.
It is.
Go towards it. Run.
Focus. Find
Focus.
it.
Focus.
Ah.
Focus. There it is.
Huh?
It's close. It's close. Move away. Senua, move away.
I feel it.
You'll die.
You feel it?
You're dying. Run!
Run.
Run now! Ah! Run!
It's been
They're coming for me! This is what death feels like. There it is.
Huh?
It's
Run.
close.
Run.
Run now! You don't have your sword. You came through the wrong door.
How are you going to fight?
Where's your sword?
Are you going to defend yourself?
What is that creature?
You can't defend
Dillion.
yourself.
It's Dillion. Find the creature. Where's Dillion? Where are we?
That's not Dillion.
It's not safe. I feel unsafe. Where is it? I'm not safe.
You're dying.
You're lost. You're dying. This is what death feels like.
Senua! Senua! What happened?
They're blaming me for the plague. They say that I'm cursed. What if they're right?
How would they know such a thing? Are they gods? None of us are. They're just people. Good people, but they're scared. They're afraid of what they can't see. Like children scared of the dark. They make up stories to fill the void. That doesn't make them true.
What if my father was right?
You have to step out of this darkness. Let them see who you really are, like I have. You're not a monster.
not you. This darkness has made me a monster.
What if this is pointless? What if you're wrong? What if this has nothing to do with the sword? What if we're wrong? The sword will never be yours. What if this is the end? It's just a trick. It's just a pointless test. You've been fooled before, you could be fooled again. You're being tested. You don't know. It's just their game for you. You never know which way it's going to go.
And here is the end of Sigmund's story. He was a fierce and great warrior who fought many battles. But one day, an old man came onto the battlefield. Although shadowed by a hood, Sigmund saw that he only had one eye. The man raised his spear, and Sigmund struck at it with his sword, but the sword shattered into pieces. Sigmund then knew that this was Odin, and thus that victory could not be his. He bowed his head and accepted his end. Dying, he tells his wife that she is with child, and that her son will one day make a great weapon out of the fragments of his sword. The sword named Gram. A king in the north forced the dwarves to make a sword that would never fail and never rust, and that would slice through iron and stone and bring victory to its bearer. But the angry dwarves cursed it. It would be the death of a man every time it was drawn, and it would be the death of the king. Let me tell you about the sword Tyrving.
I don't recognize this place. Where are we? Where is she?
It feels wrong. Where are we now? Burial mound. So strange that we go to such lengths to bury death. Something so very ordinary, inevitable. It's as if we conspired to hide death, because we have no answer for it. But when it comes and forces itself onto our friends or loved ones, then comes the reckoning.
I can feel the dead in the air. You can feel the dead. Why would Dillion do this? Turn back. Why would he bring her here? It's not safe here. Why would he do something so dangerous? It can't be Dillion. He would never bring you here. Dillion would never do that. He would never risk her life. He cares about her too much. He loves her. He doesn't love her. He does. It's not Dillion, it's a trick. He loves her. Don't go in there. Go in. You have to go in. Take the torch. It's too dark. Take it. This will help you. Careful. You have to be able to see.
Who's there? Dillion, I'm here. I'm here for the trials. Like when we first
I'll
met.
find him.
remember?
What was that? Did you hear that?
Herva disguises herself as a man to join a band of warriors, and soon becomes their leader. When they come to the island where her father is buried, her men do not want to go ashore. They say that evil haunts the island, and that it is a worse place by day than other places are by night. Fearless, she lands alone. There are many grave mounds, and all of them have ghostly flames burning over them. She comes to the grave mound of her father after passing through these ghostly fires, as though they were mist. The flames I passed through were real enough. Damn the Northmen to hell.
Damn game. Wouldn't let me get a proper thing because she's holding a torch for this one. The camera goes too far close.
Don't touch the walls.
You don't know what they might do.
Turn back.
She has to keep going.
It's not safe here.
She has to keep going.
If you go down there, no one can save you.
It's too scary.
Find another way. It's not working.
You have to use your mind. Where can you go?
You're failing. Find another way.
Think. Focus. Use your mind.
I can hear him.
Slip through your fingers once again. Think clearly. You have to find another way. There has to be.
Within the burial mound, Herva calls on her father to wake from death and bring her his sword. She says that it is not seemly for the dead in their grave mounds to bear valuable weapons. Her father answers with words of warning. You go to your doom. Baleful runes surround you. You have gone mad. You have lost your mind. Your thoughts are confused. It is dangerous to wake the dead. Like I said, she reminds me of you.
The voice is getting louder. Listen.
Dillion. Listen. It's him. Listen.
It's getting louder.
There he is.
You're getting closer.
Keep going.
Senua, follow the voice.
You're nearly there.
Dillion's voice.
It's him. He's going to save you.
Find the voice.
Find him. It's not him.
It's not him.
We told you. We told you it was a trick.
That voice doesn't sound like Dillion
What's happening? It's not him, it can't be.
anymore. What's that sound? The voice is changing.
What? That's not Dillion.
Herva ignores her father's warnings. The grave mound opens, and it seems to be full of fire. Again, Herva demands her inheritance, but her father warns her that the sword is cursed and would be the bane of her family. But he relents and brings her the sword. She leaves the island with it, but the curse holds true, and death would follow in the years to come. And so, Senua, the misdeeds of a father have cursed his daughter.
You don't recognize it?
Don't doubt yourself. You'll never find it.
She doesn't recognize it.
Yes, you do. You know where you are.
She doesn't.
Listen for his
Dillion, where are you?
Listen for his voice.
Dillion. She can't hear it.
Does everything look the same?
It all looks the same.
Something's different. Look for clues.
What is it?
What's different?
There's a clue.
Light the torch.
Light it.
Look for the torch.
It'll
Light
help
it.
you.
What can you see?
It'll help you see.
Where are we?
She has no idea.
We're going round in circles.
You have fallen in.
You think that sound is Dillion's voice? It's a trap.
You walked right into their hands.
They have you.
Right where they want you. How could you?
You think that voice is Dillion's?
It's not.
It's beckoning you to your death. Quiet. He wants me to find him. I'm lost without him. That voice. It's not Dillion. Dillion wants me to face my fears. Father? I'm leaving. I've decided. I think it will be good for me.
It's the darkness. It's speaking through
No,
you.
Dad, it's me. I think I can beat it. In my own way.
I can see the darkness in your eyes, child.
I met a boy.
Boy.
The chief and son.
No.
He said he could help me.
It's a trick.
He said I could be normal.
Normal.
Yes.
No boy is going to save you. No one can. When they see the rot growing inside you, they will turn their back on you. The gods can only fix you through my hand. You're going nowhere.
No.
You will not defy the gods.
Motherfucker.
Come, child, take my hand. Come. Senua.
I am leaving!
You cannot escape the darkness. Your curse will make everyone suffer. You will have blood on your hands!
Killing you would be too easy. They're taking your memories to torture you.
They're taking you from the inside.
You're disappearing one memory at a time.
Manny MSV, thank you so much for the follow.
They're going to take everything.
They're not yours anymore. They're going to take everything you have. The memories of ghosts. They belong to the gods, not to you. They're eating you from the inside. They want to kill your soul. They want to crush it.
You think they want your body, they want your soul.
They want your mind, and they're going to take it. The memories were yours, but they're the gods now. Nothing is yours anymore.
Dillion's disappearing with your memories.
The Northmen say that their Allfather, Odin, gave his eye in exchange for a drink from Mimir's well, the Well of Wisdom. In blindness there can be wisdom. Only by giving can you receive in return. For this reason, I give my life and pass on my stories of the Northmen to you, Senua.
Where am I? I can't see. Who's there?
Can you hear me?
Dillion.
I'm right here. Can't you see me?
Help me.
Breathe slow.
It's the darkness.
Stay still. Empty your thoughts. Tell me what you feel.
A breeze.
Good. Then there is a way out.
I can't tell where it comes from.
Yes, you can.
The others. The voices. They've gone.
I'm still here.
It's so quiet. So dark.
It's okay. Listen to your own breath. Feel it rise and fall. Good. Be aware of everything you hear and feel. Let your senses guide you.
I can't go on. Dillion?
Find a way. I'm not leaving you here.
think I'm somewhere else now. The breeze has gone.
Use all of your senses. Let the world speak to you. What do you hear?
I hear water.
Go to it.
I've reached the water.
Good. That's your way out. Follow it upstream.
I'm so sorry. I thought I left this all behind.
Don't be sorry. It's not your fault.
He was right. It's inside of me. It won't let me go.
Senua. My father. He taught me that the hardest battles are fought in the mind, not the soul. You're no coward. You proved that to me in the warrior trials. This is just another battle. You can beat it.
This isn't your battle. You don't have to help me.
I want to. Besides, you are going to be a great warrior one day. We need people like you.
Okay. I'll do my best.
I know what you're thinking. He's not really here. Seems there's no escaping the past in this place. And so she's forced to relive it. To what end?
There is a house. I don't know what's inside.
Don't be afraid.
Dillion, there's something in here.
Do you see it?
No.
Then it cannot see you. Quietly move past it, one step at a time.
It's not following me.
Leave it behind and keep moving forwards.
There's more of them. I think they're moving.
You're breathing too fast.
I'm scared.
Listen to the sound of your breath. In and out. In and out. It will pass. You can do this, Senua.
I think I'm in a house. It stinks of death.
The darkness is testing you, but you are in control.
A well. There's a well.
Don't turn back. You're getting close.
Dillion. Help me. Please.
Come to me, Senua.
Dillion. Is that you? I can see a light.
Yes, I can see you too.
She could spend hours, days even, trapped within herself, in the dark.
You see me?
Yes.
Your eyes were open, but you were gone.
And when it finally let her go, she could be anywhere, with no memory of how she got there.
When it comes for me, I have no power over it.
But here, for the first time, someone was there to help.
But I heard your voice. You brought me back.
You found your own way back. All you needed was a little help. A little hope.
You've done it. You did it. The warrior trials. Go get the sword.
With grammar reforged, you will have Odin's blessing to walk, a goddess, into the halls of Helheim and challenge Hela as an equal.
So Dillion was helping me. And the sword will lead me to him. Like when we first met.
Dillion gave her the strength to pass the warrior trials, and she saw a way out. To leave her past behind and become a warrior in Dillion's clan.
The sword is tainted by the gods of darkness. Leave it.
No. He left it here. He wants me to take it.
You will pay a price for this.
But years later, with Zinbal's parting words still haunting her, the darkness came back with a vengeance. The plague.
Dillion?
Everyone suffered.
My father was not supposed to die like this.
Do you see it clearly now, Senua? The suffering you've caused.
This is your fault. You brought this plague to us! You have blood on your hands!
They're coming for you now.
They're coming.
They're coming to get you.
Hold your heavy strike. Hold it. Hold the heavy strike. Hold your heavy strike. Unleash the sword.
You must remember, she can focus. It's inside her.
The mirror.
The mirror focus is building. It's building.
Focus. Focus.
Take him down. Take him down now.
The mirror.
The mirror.
Her focus is coming back.
Do it.
He's a better fighter.
Oh!
There's nowhere to run to. There's no
In the sea of corpses, the corpse waved through itself over the ones I loved. The ship broke up under them. The ship that had sailed from the land of shining fields. Their memorial stone is sacred. Come not here in the sun. Come not with a sword. Come not crying over a naked corpse. Come not with disturbed mind.
with them.
Soon she'll be a corpse.
With disturbed mind. They're coming to get you, Barbara.
She doesn't know
That
where
is true,
she's
you.
trying to get
The
to.
zombies, they're coming to get you. They're coming
there
to
any
get you, Barbara.
Is there any escape?
Stop it, Johnny. You're ignorant. Look, there comes one of them now.
Do you hear the suffering, Senua? Does your precious gift of sight let you see the souls that rot here in this sea of corpses? Do you feel the blood running cold on your skin? Do you hear their endless cries? Do you smell their putrid wounds? They were once brothers, sisters, and loved ones. And look at what you have done to them. All because you were a coward, because you ran from your curse instead of facing it. When you turned your back on your father, Zinbel, you turned your back on the gods and let the darkness wreak havoc on your people. Why must they pay for your heresy?
Hey Code, thanks to lovely negative 10, minus 10 to minus 15 Celsius week with mild to medium winds, with some to order another refill delivery instead, although just 25 kilograms this time. Last was 35 kilograms of food stuff. So 10 less than last time. Yeah, it's funny how temperature can, affect so much as well.
Who is it? Galena!
Where are you?
Do you hear, Senua? Do you hear the voice of your mother, Galena? She calls for you, Senua. Go to her. Answer her pitiful call.
The darkness took her life, and it will take yours too. The darkness is taking you. Further and further into it. Surrender to the darkness. Darkness is here.
dear beloved Mother was powerless against the darkness when it came for her. She too had a sight. She too doubted the gods and let the darkness infest her. But she didn't run. She escaped the only way she knew how. She gave her life to the gods. If only you had done the same, the world would have been spared this horror. It's not too late. She's calling for you. Why don't you join her?
She will die. He's down. Finish it. Finish it.
The mirror. Her focus is growing. She can do it. It's coming back. Focus!
It's the only way.
Go! Fight again! Spill their blood! The mirror.
The mirror.
Focus! Focus! Stop! She will die. Stop. Finish
You're stronger than him. Focus. You won. He's defeated. End it. End it now. This is nearly the end.
Why do you still fight on? Maybe you too can suffer with your brethren in this rot and let your blood seep into the seas and the rivers of hell. Isn't that what you deserve after all you've done? Give the darkness what it wants, let it swallow your soul and destroy all that you are. Why are you fighting for someone who is already dead? Just look around you. What hope is there for him, even if his soul could be rescued? Do you think he will thank you for what you have done to him, to his friends, to his father?
Finish this. End it now. Focus. Now. Focus. He's finished.
You're both dead. You both surrendered to the voices. The darkness has taken you. Galena and Senua. Galena and Senua.
You are lost. There's nothing you can do. You're dead. You're both dead. Mother and daughter dead in the sea of corpses. The voices took her and they'll take you too. The voices have taken her. The voices will take you. Surrender to the darkness. It's the end. The darkness will take you. The end for you. It will take you to your mother.
I can't fight it anymore. Not on my own. Where are you, Mother? I want to be with you.
That night, she gave up on her world to follow in the footsteps of her mother, to go to a place where the darkness couldn't reach her.
Senua. Look at me.
Do you hear them? They're calling for me.
We've lost so many. And I've lost my father. I can't lose you.
You said it. I have blood on my hands.
I didn't say that. You've done nothing wrong.
Symbol was right. Everyone will suffer.
Zimbel is a fake. He is a hateful, bitter liar. He's poison. And his words still haunt you. Who do you trust? Him? Or me? Do you still believe in me, Senua? In us? Come back to me. Please. Don't let this darkness come between us.
The hardest battles are fought in the mind. He gave her the sword with which to fight in more ways than one. And she gave him her word, never to surrender. All she needed was a little help, a little hope.
I'm here to help you. Senua. We're back. We found her. We found you. We thought we'd lost you. Where have you been? Here she is. Don't worry. We're here to help you. You don't have to do this on your own anymore. You need us. We were worried. We're here to help you.
You need us.
So worried.
Silence is lonely.
We didn't know where you'd gone.
We're here to help you.
Don't worry. You can trust us. Trust us. Senua, it's us. We won't leave you. Hello. Don't leave us. We're here to stay.
Okay, so I'm going to go and take a break. Going to put it into photo mode while I do. We'll definitely be finishing the game today. After the Sea of Corpses, there's only really 2 big chapters left. So I'm going to take a break now, and then when I come back, we'll continue on and finish the game. I'm undecided yet if I'm going to start Resident Evil Remake today or not. I'll just have to wait and see how I feel about it, plus what time it is and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to go take a break, and when I come back, we'll keep on going till I finish it.
She needs our help. She always does.
We found her.
We found her. We found you.
Here she is.
We're back.
Don't worry, Senua.
We'll look after
That's right, voices that Senua hears. We're back. Back from our break.
She's safe now.
You're always safe with us.
She has us. You've done so well, Senua.
Come so far. Listen, Senua. Listen. You've done so well. Listen to us. When we talk to you. Listen, Senua. We're here. We'll help you.
We're here to help you.
We'll help you go even further than you've been before.
You don't have to do this alone. There's a door.
You can do it.
You can see it.
Come on, Senua.
Go away. I'm not listening.
I will tell you of a great hero named Sigurd, son of Sigmund, no less. Born after his father's death, Sigurd is cared for by the dwarf Rain. But Rain does not love the boy. Instead, he plans to use him for his own ends. You see, Rain's father possessed a great treasure given to him by the gods. But Rain's brother, Fafnir, killed his father and took the gold all for himself. Fafnir hid the treasure out on a heath and could not leave it. And from the evil in his heart, he turned into a dark creature, a dragon.
So the idea for having a dragon upon a hoard of gold is definitely something that Tolkien was inspired by Norse mythology to use in The Hobbit with Smaug the dragon. Or Smaug. I used to say Smaug, then I changed it to Smaug, based on the Hobbit movies, but I don't know if that's actually how you pronounce it. But this is me, this is coming from someone who, when they were probably about 11 or 12, was reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and called Legolas Legolas.
She can feel it.
No.
Don't open the door.
Don't go in. Don't.
Turn back. Turn back. It's too dangerous.
What's it?
Get back! A great beast guards Helheim. Garm is its name, and it knows you are here, Senua. It can smell your stink.
Dillion's in there. Go. Stay. Run. Stay in the
What are
light.
you afraid of, Senua? How will you save Dillion if you are too much of a coward to step into the shadows?
They can't stop me.
Then do it!
Run.
She can't make it.
The beast is stalking you from the shadows. Your sword is useless here.
Keep going. Run! Run! Turn back. It's too dangerous. Open the door. It's locked. Torch. Give a torch.
Don't be fooled. The beast is still here.
Who is it? Something there. It's the beast.
No,
No, it's not.
it's a trick.
She knows that. Does she? What is that voice?
Mother, do you hear that?
Don't fall for it.
It's me, Senua. It's so loud.
It's not her.
So full of hate.
It's a trap.
I just want to help them. Tell me what to do. Your father wants them to go away, and he only hurts me to silence them. But he's gone now.
But they always come back. He says I will die if I go with them. They say that I'm already dead.
No,
They want me with them.
Stop!
That's why they crawl through the walls.
Don't listen
Do you
to them.
see them? Do you see their faces?
He's coming. Senua, help me. Help! Get me out of here. Don't go.
Where has she gone? She's disappeared again.
She shouldn't be here. She escaped the darkness. She took her own life to escape it.
She can't remember when it started. When her mother lost her smile. Her eyes gazing past her towards a world she could not see. This is what happens if you reach for the underworld, he said. It was a lot to take in for a child. And the first time she felt the cold chill of fear. I don't talk much about her father, Zinbel. I suppose I just didn't want to risk upsetting her. But it doesn't matter now, does it?
The beast has been here. Everywhere. Must be through here.
There's water.
She has to go.
Keep going. She'll have to go under.
She can't.
She has to.
She can't.
The torch will go out.
Don't let the torch go out.
There's light in the distance. She can do it.
She can't do it.
The light's gone out. Run! Run! Get through it as quick as you can. The panic is here.
What was that?
The darkness is in your mind. Again, run. Run and get to the other light. Get to the light. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Stay. I'll stay there. Stay in the light.
You have to rest here.
Get to the next light. Stay.
Let's go quickly. Run.
Look. Fire.
It's fire. How will she get it?
Fire. She has to go towards it.
She'll have to go through the darkness.
The light. She will. Every action. She will. She has to make it.
There's the torch.
Take it. It'll keep you safe. See.
Now she can find
The room. She can find it. Keep the light. See it.
She has light.
Where is it?
Now you're free to search.
Now you can see. It's here.
The light will keep her safe.
The light will guide you.
Don't let the light go out.
No.
There. Look.
The roads. Can you feel them? Can you see them?
Hidden in plain sight. She has it. You have it.
Keep going. Where's the Dillion, the door is just another trial. It's just another trick. Just to distract her from her real mission. You think you know, but you don't. Your mother is trapped here. You don't know anything. Or is she? And Dillion is dead. Her torch is going out. No, it's not. It's gonna run out soon. She hasn't got much time. It's gonna burn out. She's too slow. It's not going to burn out. The darkness will come again. It's going to stay. The light. Stay later. She has it. She did it. She's done it. Well done.
This place. It reminds her of the isolating, suffocating darkness that she lived through as a young girl. Imprisoned in her room at night, the faces in the dark, coming through the walls. She once thought everyone could see them. I mean, that's what children say all the time, isn't it? That there are monsters in the dark. By the time she realized that only she could see them, her father, Zinbel, could see the monster in her.
The light won't save her now.
Fight! End! Go. She can still do it.
She's going to die.
No, she isn't.
She needs to focus.
The mirror. The mirror focus is building. It's building.
Focus now.
You finished it. Behind you. They're winning. Behind you. Focus! Focus now! Take it! Watch out! She finished him! He's down! Finish it! Finish him! She did it. You can't go anywhere without your light. Take the torch and move. What's she doing? She's lighting the torch. It's not gonna help her. She's lighting the fire. Light keeps you safe. To keep the darkness away. Do you think you can keep away from the shadows if you light the torch? The darkness is you're wrong. Burning. Safe. There it is. You have all the runes.
Do you feel it? The beast is crawling into your mind, searching for weakness. found your mother and used her to trap you in here.
Did you see her die? I don't remember. I was only 5. They told me she escaped the darkness, that she's with the gods. But what if they lied? What if the darkness took her and trapped her here?
Imagine having to explain to a 5-year-old child that their mother or their father, whichever the case might be, actually killed themselves. Like having to deal with the actual death itself being one thing, but also the actual reason. Like, how do you explain that to someone so young? In Senua's time period, they told her that she's with the gods, thinking that it would probably comfort her to know that.
Go through the door. The door's open. I have to go through. She opened it with a symbol. She can get her mother out. Her mother doesn't exist. Where is her mother? It's just another trick. Don't.
It's a trap. The beast is coming. Stupid baby.
Run away from the beast! He led you here for nothing! She'll never escape! She'll never escape! Run! Quick! Senua, keep going! Hold on! No!
What have you done?
No! No!
You've lost it. It's over.
The darkness is back. You lost him. You've lost him. Get to the light!
Without his head, you will never bring his soul back. His fate is sealed. Now it can see you at your weakest. The time you suffered as a child at the hands of your father Zindo while you pined for Dillion. Do you remember that darkness, Senua? The beast is bringing it back.
Mother, why did you leave me? This darkness, it's spreading. Father's keeping me away from the others. Away from Dillion. I won't give up. I'm not going to rot in here. I'm going to find Dillion.
mirror. Her focus is growing. It's coming back.
The mirror focus is building. It's building. Focus! It's the only way. She's hurt. There's blood. End it. Do it.
You're close.
Shoot him.
Behind you.
Quick. Focus.
He's finished.
Hello, Anasune. How's it going? Hey, Mr. Gote. Making an action movie about bread. Need buns for the title. Ready to lie is all I've come up with so far. Give me your best bread buns. How's it going, Mr. Gote? Welcome. If he's doing a zombie movie, it could be Arnie of the Bread. Zombies that are instead obsessed with bread, causing bread shortages. Hey there, Wingskull. How's things been going? I understand things are good. Recently found out Arkham games may have been delisted, with the exception of Night. Yeah, that's true. The I think the original versions, not the remasters of City and Arkham Asylum, but yeah, the original versions. Mr. Gote Loaf, actually Toastbusters, ready spread the Z. That's a good one, Wingskull. The Yeast Army, together we rise. Mr. Gote flower your eyes only. Wingskull, it's been a tough time the last 6 months, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. Well, that's good to hear, Wingskull. It really sucks, though, that there's been 6 months of, you know, things not going well. That really sucks, Wingskull. But, as you say, you know, light at the end of the tunnel, so hopefully things get much better for you. And I'm going really good. My year's going well so far, and we're currently playing through this game. It's my current Monday game, but this is the second last overall chapter, so we're getting close to finishing it. And then the game to replace this will be Resident Evil 1 Remake. I'm going to do a marathon of the remakes leading up to 4.
The lights run out. She'll die. She has to die. Her father tried to help her. she wouldn't listen. He was doing his best. She never, ever listens. Why didn't she listen to him? He was trying to help her.
He was trying to save her from the darkness.
Zinbel was right.
Zinbel was trying to save her from the darkness.
But she wouldn't listen. She never choose.
And now everybody is dead.
Because of her. It's all her fault. All her fault. So weak. She should have known.
Sigurd's newfound power lets him hear the birds speak. And they say, Sigurd should eat the heart himself. Rain wants Fafnir's gold. Sigurd should kill Rain before Rain kills him. Sigurd should find Brynhild the Valkyrie, who sleeps an enchanted sleep. Sigurd heeds the bird's advice. He kills Rain, eats Fafnir's roasted heart, and takes Fafnir's treasure. And he embarks on a new quest. To ride to Hinderfell and find Brynhild the Valkyrie.
The beast has the head.
Sigurd.
And he's using it. Once she gets down there, she'll...
Wingskull, you've seen me play Senua 2 or 3 times, or parts of it, and you're still not sure how much of what you play is actually real and how much is in her head only. Yeah, that's one of the things that this game does well. Another thing too is the voices that are speaking to Senua. Some of the things that they say, if you're playing the game for the first time, might seem like they're giving you hints, which sometimes they are, but other times they're trying to deceive you as well. So there's also that going on. But a lot of what Senua was experiencing is memories. But when we see her experiencing them though, she's actually... We're seeing how she reacted the first time she experienced them. So it's kind of like a bit of a weird combination of, you know, we're playing in present sort of like time, but we're seeing memories of her past playing out in front of us, but it's also playing out in front of her, of course, too, because she's reliving it. And you've got all the element too of the psychic abilities that her mother had, that she has as well, plus the different perception of reality and stuff, which back in her time period would have been considered to be influence from something evil or something like that, you know. Not that after her time period it got better that way, but you know what I'm saying. Like, specifically in her time period that we're focused on in this game, things like that were considered to be, you know, oh, that person's evil. Not, oh, they must be suffering from something that's, you know, causing them distress. How can we help them?
Your mother was weak like you. Her mother was weak like she is.
You have Senua, whose father was a piece of shit, and, you know, her mother died when she was only about 5. So there's all that going on too. They really are, Wingskull. And I'm going to be playing the making of after this story's finished, because it's really interesting what they went to do and what they accomplished. Yeah, in 12th, 15th century she would have been burned at the stake. Exactly. You know, would have been treated like that.
Her mother died years ago. What happened?
Mr. Gote, I completely understand what you're saying. You know, not many people will, because they won't know what your redacted statement is there, but I totally agree about that, Mr. Gote. Anasune, piece of shit. I think that's been a little nice, lol. Yeah, I guess that's a mild way of putting it.
The lights run out. She'll die. She can't. She must get to the other side.
She'll die.
She has to. She can't.
She's going to go through anyway.
The light will run out.
The darkness must be.
And she'll die.
Oops, I've gone the wrong way.
She has to. Force it. Force it.
I just got stuck on the corner of the area.
Stop! Stop it. Keep going. She can't get through. She has to do it. Force it. Get up! Get up! What are you doing?
I mean, I was wrong. I was going the right way. I just went into the corner where I wasn't supposed to go. That was something else, Wingskull, that's for sure. They do a great job with the visuals in this game as well as the audio stuff.
Where is she going? Faster, faster, keep going, keep going. Stop. She has to do it. Force it. Get up. Get up. What are you doing?
Oh, of course, Rod, you idiot. I was literally right there to do what I needed to do. Now we're gonna die again. Gotta go that way with the torch. Wingskull, they should make a TV series of this game. Yeah. I mean, there's so much stuff too, like, there's a lot of stuff in this game that they just touch upon that you could expand on in an actual series too.
What's she doing?
There we go.
She's making light. She's making a fire. She's got light on the other side.
So come on, jump in the fire.
What's her plan? What's she thinking? How's she going to get there? Now she can go. She can do it. Quick. She can't get through. She has to do it. Force it. Get up. Get up. What are you doing?
Come on, Rod. Jesus Christ. Where's your fucking head at, mate? Duh, Rod. The light that you made, how about you use the torch again on it?
Now she can go. She can do it. She's going to get there. It's light on the other side. She can reach it. She can go through it. No, she can't. Yes, she can. Yeah. No, she can't. The light will go out. There's light on the other side. She can do it. The light will go out. She can make it. Something else is missing. What's she doing? She's lighting the torch. She's making light. She's making a fire. She's got light on the other side. She'll be safe. What's her plan? What's she thinking? How's she going to get there? Stop! Stop it! Keep going. Stop it! Quick! She can't get through. She has to. Force it! Get up! Get up! What are you doing? Faster, faster, keep going, keep going. What is she doing? Stop! Stop letting the memories in. Stop letting the memories follow you. Quick. Stop! Stop letting the memories in. Stop letting the memories follow you. Quick.
Afro, so what's the plot here? Why are we having a group discussion inside our head? So Senua, from a young age, has been able to see things and hear things. And her mother had the same gift. But there was a attack on her village by Vikings when she was older. And when she came back, she found that they weren't married, but she found that her love was killed. They did a blood eagle on him, and she took his head and wrapped it up in a bag with the idea in mind to take his head to Helheim to ask Hela to give his soul back, because they believed that the soul was in the head. So she's taking the head of her dead lover to Helheim, to Hela, and these voices that she hears are part of her psychosis that she has, which in this time period was considered to be, evil. So basically her father was an asshole to her, to put it mildly, and she wanted to become a warrior and all that type of stuff as well. So that's where the fighting comes into it. So at least you're never alone. That is true. Hey there, Shin. How's things going for you? I'll be watching a making of that comes with the game after this is finished too.
Dillion. She can't help but think of him. A tender guiding flame in a world so black. The longer it burned, the more she convinced herself that there was nothing beyond its reach. How little separates us from what we fear.
She has to. Keep the torch alight.
Although Sigurd kills the dragon, Rayan wants to keep Fafnir's gold all for himself. Rayan also wants the strength and wisdom of the dragon, so he drinks its blood and asks Sigurd to roast Fafnir's heart for him. Sigurd does so, but when he touches the roasted heart to see if it is done, he burns his finger. Without thinking, he licks his finger and tastes the dragon's blood. In that moment, he understands the language of birds and hears them talk nearby.
Go quicker. Keep the torch alight. Keep the torch alight. You need the light.
Harbinger, hopefully Rod will play Mass Effect 2 soon. You considering starting it today? Oh, that's cool, Harbinger. that you're going to start Mass Effect 2. Yeah, it's probably going to be quite a few months away because there's still a lot of games that I need to get through that I've got planned that have deadlines. But I will get to it eventually. Shin, even to this day, some cultures see schizophrenics as evil beings that need to be killed. That's true, Shin. You know, there's always exceptions to things that changed later on in time. You know, there's always going to be still people who believe archaic kind of like things about people.
I can smell your... No! You betrayed your gods.
I am leaving with him!
You turned your back on me. That is why Dillion will rot in hell. Come into my shadow.
You can hear him. Is he? Find him.
People think of evil as an unnatural, invisible force, and so invoke the gods for protection. But evil can come from the hand behind the gods. A familiar hand, cold and cruel. He tried to fix her with his rituals, kept her trapped in that hole. She couldn't say which was worse. The darkness, or the monster that her father had become. She couldn't fight them both. And so she left, headed for the one ray of light that shone down on her. If she had stayed, she wouldn't have survived. But maybe Dillion would still be alive.
I'm so sorry, my love.
She will save his soul, even if this time she can't save her own.
Forgive me, Senua. I know you have no reason to trust me anymore.
Listen.
But believe this, it was my mission to make you hate, to hate the darkness with a passion so great it would focus your mind on this quest. Delighted. I've been left those slack. All this time I've wanted to protect you from the truth that would have destroyed you a long time ago. But you have conquered your darkness at every turn.
Stay alert, Senua.
You deserve to see behind the veil of darkness.
Then take me to
He
the
wants
mountain,
her to trust him.
as deep as we can go.
No.
I won't stand in your way.
She has to trust him. Follow it.
You will not survive what is in there.
I know.
What else can she do? Nothing. She doesn't want to turn back.
Shin, thankfully you do not live in a nation with a culture like that as you're diagnosed with chronic paranoid schizophrenia. Absolutely, Shin. You know, it's one of those things where, unfortunately, you know, depending on where you're born or when you're born, you know, things like that can be either a thing or not. You know, so it's always good to count your blessings. Not the originals, Harbinger, just the remakes. Yes, I'll be doing the remakes of 1, 2, and 3. And I want to time it so that when 4 comes out, I can just jump straight into it. But yeah, just the remakes I'll be doing a marathon of. Thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment of Schwarzenegger. You can handle Plague Tale, but games like Alien Isolation and Resident Evil were too much for you. Control was more like a mystery game. That's understandable, Harbinger. Yeah, that's for sure. Alright, so I've got a scene to do. Colonel, that Coca-Cola machine. I want you to shoot the lock off of it. There may be some change in there. That's private property. Colonel, can you possibly imagine what is going to happen to you, your frame, outlook, way of life, and everything when they learn that you have obstructed a telephone call to the President of the United States? Can you imagine? Shoot it off. Shoot. With a gun. That's what the bullets are for, you twit. Okay, I'm gonna get your money for you, but if you don't get the President of the United States on that phone, you know what's gonna happen to you? What? You are gonna have to answer to the Coca-Cola Company. That's from the movie Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, a Stanley Kubrick movie that was based on a book that was actually serious, but when they adapted it, they decided to make it into a satire. Starring Peter Sellers, who was the original Pink Panther. Well, he was the original Inspector Clouseau, I should say.
Hannah's gate.
Mother, I won't let the darkness trick me again. I know you're safe with the gods. I can feel Hela's gaze, searching for secrets inside of me. Secrets that even I can't see. I'm not here to fight my past. I'm here for Dillion. I will fulfill my vow, whatever the cost.
No, she can't. It's too dangerous.
How do computers get drunk? They take screenshots. Nice one, dude. I guess they get blurred screens then, when computers get drunk.
She must speak to her. She must fight, or she must go back.
Find another way.
There is no reason.
There has to be another way. She can't fight. Turn back.
Odin's.
Is she strong enough? She's strong enough. Are you strong enough?
Mr. Goten must be hanging out at the space bar. There's just no escape from these puns.
Strong enough.
Hela has defeated.
Even if we did Control-Alt-Delete.
She can see it. The bridge. She can't cross the bridge. It's broken. She has to fix it. It's too dangerous. She's done it before.
Then they just keep running a huge tab.
She can. She'll do it again.
After a while, they won't be able to enter there.
She'll never make it. She can see it. The bridge. She can't cross the bridge. It's broken. She has to fix it. It's too dangerous. She's done it before. You have to fight on. Be powerful. The final battle. Get his soul back. It's the final task.
Yes, it is. This isn't just a broken bridge, is it? Mother, you showed me how to see further. To see the hidden wonders in our world and explore new paths into the unknown. To lead so that others may follow, or to warn so that they may avoid. That is our gift and our duty. I'm not going to look away in fear anymore.
When it comes to really, like, strong characters in video games, Senua kind of gets lost. But it's not just, you know, a strength physically that she has, and it's not just the idea that, you know, you are perfect and everything you do is successful. It's not that kind of strength either. It's the strength to continue to go on even though you feel like you can't, and like an inner strength in that. And that's definitely something that Senua has as a character.
Why didn't Han Solo enjoy his steak dinner, precious? It was chewy. Gollum. Gollum, Gollum.
It's chewy. Just to go tell you, they have no self-control. They sure don't. Wingskull, if they don't have enough dosh, they will need to escape. Exactly.
The Northmen say the gods will fight their last battle at Ragnarok. Their watchmen will blow the horn that can be heard through the whole world, and Odin will speak with the severed head of Mimir, which gives him good counsel. The land of the giants will thunder with the sound of their army on the move. The gods will assemble, the dwarves will leave their stones, the frost giants will come from the east, the Midgard serpent will turn up the waves, eagles will scream and tear at the corpses with their yellow beaks, the ship of the dead will set sail.
She can do it.
She can do it.
She can still see the secrets of the gods. She can think differently.
So special.
You can do it. She must see.
She has the sight. She can see their secrets.
The Northmen say the world will come to an end. They call this Ragnarok, the destiny of the gods. First, there will be a terrible winter, 3 years long. Then, mankind will turn on itself. Brothers will fight each other to the death, and people will forget what they owe their kindred. Times will be hard. Crimes will be great. It will be an age of axes and swords. The wind will blow through abandoned halls. Wolves will walk where children played. The world will fall into ruin.
mirror.
It's building. It's building. You won!
How will she do it? What will she do?
How's she going to find his actual soul? Where does Helen keep the souls? How will she get it? What will Helen want in return? She must bargain.
No.
She'll kill her.
She cannot bargain with Hela.
She's not strong enough to kill her. What does Helen want?
No one can bargain with Hela.
Hey there, Senny. How's things going? Anasune, this looks like it makes Dark Souls seem easy. Never played any of those games, so I don't know how it would compare. But the thing about this game is that sometimes the enemies will lock you into a corner, and even if you're focusing on another enemy, that enemy might not be able to get to you might not be able to get to them. Like there's some moments where even when you try to rush towards them, the game won't let you as well. So there's also that, especially when it's in closed quarters.
Hela will want to fight her. Strong. Her soul is valuable.
Helen will want her soul.
Hela.
In return, she can take Dillion's soul and lay him to rest.
She can get his soul back.
She's so close to saving Dillion.
She can do it. She just has to be prepared to fight for it.
Few have come this far.
She can finally put him to rest. There's an illusion. She's found a way. There's a way.
She can see it.
She must align herself. She can do it.
There's the door.
She aligns herself. It's there.
It is crooked, yeah, it's going really good. We're almost at the end. I'll be watching the making of as well. I always like to do that with every playthrough. And because I've already gotten all the runes and it actually remembers for next playthroughs, means that I'll always be able to have what actually happen.
The Northmen say that at Ragnarok, the gods will face a ship full of their foes, which Loki has steered to Asgard. It carries the fire giants, the wolf that will eat the sun, and all kinds of dark creatures. Surt will join them with his sword of fire. The cliffs will crash. Trolls will walk the land. Men will tread the road to hell, and the heavens will split open.
It really does, Crooked, and it's also good to see what went into the making of it as well. I hope that there's a lot more footage as well, because it'd be cool if there's some unseen stuff that they could release eventually. Always curious about that kind of stuff. Anasune, sounds like a pain. Speaking of being backed into a corner you hated in Assassin's Creed where you're against a wall in combat but you can't see anything since the camera is bouncing off the walls. Yeah, then you got Unity, which can be difficult at times because the camera is zoomed in so close that to actually be able to see all the enemies that are surrounding you, you need to be constantly moving the camera as well. Like there'd be some other making of stuff, because I think I've looked before on YouTube for this game. But it'd be cool if there's even more stuff that hasn't even been released yet by Ninja Theory. It's funny, this one, it always pops up as not done. So I wonder if it was supposed to be part of it, but then they made it not part of it anymore, but they still made it interactable. And Sune, which is exactly why I think third-person games with adjustable zoom is a great feature. It well and truly is. You know, it's a good idea to have that. And like how in games where you can change the camera angle between different ones, you know, like Grand Theft Auto, it'd be cool if that was also in a lot of other kinds of games too, where in the middle of combat you can press another button which will actually make the camera go like maybe a top-down perspective, looking down from on high, you know, to give the player a better sense of what's the environment, or, you know, a first-person view, or such and such. There's so much cool stuff that could be done with cameras and allowing interactivity with people, like Assassin's Creed 1 and then 2, and then I don't know about Brotherhood from memory, but those games gave you little bits and pieces where during a cutscene you could actually move the camera around in the cutscene. You know, not gameplay, which you can obviously do by default, but actual cutscenes allowed you to move the camera a little bit and change camera angles while it was happening. And I think that'd be cool to bring back into games, especially for people who love games where there's, like, you know, a lot of stuff going on and you want to see, and also, like, I mean, this is coming from someone like me who loves to sometimes move the camera in a way that is adding to what's going on. You know, like in a dramatic moment in the story, I might stop the camera and have it go 360 around. You know, just stuff like that. I like being able to do that. So it'd be cool in cutscenes in games to be able to be like, right, as the cutscene's going on the fly, I can change it from a wide shot to a first-person view to a top-down perspective or whatever as the cutscene's playing, and there's no stopping, like there's no pausing or anything in the actual scene to do the camera change. And I'd love to be able to have that kind of freedom. I think it'd be cool too for people who like to record their game footage to be able to do things like that within a cutscene to get different camera angles and things. And as soon as there's an RPG game you used to play, you can zoom in and out, and if you zoom out enough it became a top-down view. That's cool. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that would be useful for in a video game.
They're winning.
Stand up straight, they can... It's nearly over. It's not over. It's not over. Do it. You won! Behind you! Focus! Do you hear? The path to Hela. I can sense her.
Thank you for leaving the lurk, Anasune. There's going to be a lot happening soon, so my responses to chat might take a little bit longer to get to. So because we've already got all the rune stones interacted with, we'll get a little scene here that you don't get otherwise.
What happens to us? What happens to us? We die too. Do we die too? We die too. I don't want to.
We'll all die someday.
I don't want to die.
And when everyone's gone, even the gods will die.
We don't want to die. I don't want to die. Senua, stop.
Turn back.
Stop. Stop her. Why is she going? Stop. Senua, stop.
Senua, stop.
Why won't she stop?
To die, she won't stop. Stop.
I don't want to die.
I'm sorry. I didn't ask you to be a part of me. If you don't want to die with me, then leave me alone.
I don't want to die. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
Please stop.
Please stop.
You'll never come back if you go there.
There is nothing to go back to.
We only have each other now. Don't abandon me.
Everyone suffers. They were right about me.
Listen to me, not them.
They were afraid. Like children scared of the dark.
So was I.
They made up monsters to fill the void. That doesn't make them real.
They made them real.
No!
Follow your soul and let go of the Senua of old. For there lies your weakness, and the darkness will find it.
So yeah, that scene always happens, but the next one coming up doesn't happen unless you get all the rune stones.
It's not like the old stories, is it? The noble warrior facing evil in search of victory and honor. Clear dividing lines. No. Oh, this place is not quite like that. It's as if it knows that true torment lies within. Memories you cannot defeat, cannot escape. This is her hell.
man I was before truth. Was a true coward, Senua. I was well traveled. I spoke both their tongue and ours. So they took me as a slave. I thought I could help to broker peace. Or at least stay their hands from slaughter. But under torture, I did no such thing. I led them to the treasures and slaves they sought. But I wasn't the only one. Another came to the Northmen willingly, offering a bargain, a man in black from your land. And he was offered safe passage for his treason. In the end, Senua, it isn't the gods that cause us so much suffering, but those closest to us.
I'm assuming that man was
I'm here for Dillion.
was Senua's father, Zinbel. That's true, Wing Skull, yeah. The ones you don't have won't light up.
Wait,
Mother!
don't see me like this. Turn away, Senua. Turn away, Senua!
Do you see it, Senua? Do you see the darkness? Faces of fear and suffering. You can see it.
I remember it clearly now.
She has nothing to fear anymore. The gods have saved your mother. Through my hand.
You killed her.
It is the will of the gods.
Fuck the gods! You did this to her! Why?
This is what happens when you listen to the voices of the underworld. They crawl into your soul and rot you from the inside. Defy the gods like your mother, and the darkness will come for you too. Do you understand, Senua?
I do understand. You cursed me with your own madness. I was just a child. You created this darkness! You created this darkness so you could hide behind it!
Only suffering brings salvation. It is the way of the gods.
It was all a lie. You are a lie! She didn't defy the gods. She defied you. And so you killed her.
You didn't pray to the gods. You prayed to your mother. Your mother, who was too weak to fight the darkness and abandoned you.
You tortured her! You killed her! You are the darkness!
Those rituals, the years of isolation, the pain that still haunts you. It was the only way to fight the curse within you. The darkness is inside you and it will destroy you.
You're a liar!
No, Senua. The darkness is here. You cannot wish it away. And it will watch as you draw your last dying gasp.
I won't let you kill me! can see through your darkness. You're a liar and a murderer. And if you really are Hela,
then I have a sword here that can kill a god!
Look at you. Running forward, moving backwards to wallow your miserable past. You're making a mistake searching for Dillion. The same mistake that killed him in the first place. I'm trying to save you from yourself. You still believe it is a lie? The plague of darkness, the butchering of Dillion by the Northmen. You saw it yourself.
You told everyone I was cursed. They believed you. I believed you.
Tell me, Senua, where is Dillion's soul if the darkness is a lie? How you saved him?
He's here. I know he's here. Dillion, I know you're here. Hold on. I'll find you.
Watch out. Behind you. Behind you. Watch out. Watch out. Careful. Behind you.
There's not usually two at once. It's normally one that teleports into the other ones.
Careful. Watch out.
trying to trick me again with your lies. I know he's here. You took him from me. You have him.
Dillion is gone. Dillion is dead. Let him go now. I'm warning you.
Or what? What can you do to me that you haven't already? Fight me. Come on.
Behind you. Watch out.
You betrayed your own father. You betrayed the gods in search of Dillion, in search of love. Look where that's got you. Let go of your battle. Let go of redemption. Let go of Dillion. Don't let your darkness hurt anyone else.
Careful, Senua. Watch out.
keep doing it. Is that what you want me to believe? After all you've done to me? And to him? You're not a lie, but you're a liar! You crawled into me to confuse me and deceive me. But I know it's I'll give you my life. That's what you want, isn't it? My soul. Take it. I'll be a slave for you. I'll fight with you at Ragnarok. Because I've got nothing left. No fear. No hate. No quest. Nothing. And you will have no power over me.
I learned the hard way to not be afraid of death, Senua. Because a life without loss is one without love. You turn your back on death, and all you can see is the shadow that it casts. The longer you hide from it, the longer the shadow grows until all you can see is darkness. When our time comes, we must must look death in the eye and embrace it as a friend. Only then can we let go of our fear. And emerge from our darkness.
Never forget what it is like to see the world as a child, Senua. Every autumn leaf is like a work of art. Every rolling cloud a moving picture. Every day, a new story. We too emerge from this magic, like a wave from the ocean, only to return to the sea. Do not mourn the waves, the leaves, and the clouds. Even in darkness, the wonder and the beauty of this world never leaves us. It is always there, waiting to be seen again. This is where my story once began. And so it has to end here. Because I cannot see further than this.
Follow us. We have another story to tell.
My friend, go with her. This now will be your story to witness. Goodbye.
I know it's hard to tell how mixed up you feel, hoping what you need is behind every door. Each time you get hurt, I don't want you to change, 'cause everyone has hopes. You're human after all. The feeling sometimes wishing you were someone else, feeling as though you never belong. This feeling is not sadness, this feeling is not joy. I truly understand. Please don't cry Cause to us the world is different as we are to the world. I guess you would know that. Please don't go, I want you to stay. I'm begging you, please. Please don't leave here. I don't want you to hate for all the hurt that you feel. The world is just illusion, trying to change you. Please don't go, I want you to stay. I'm begging you, please. Oh, please don't leave here. I don't want you to change for all the hurt that you feel. This world is just illusion, always trying to change you. Please don't go, I want you to stay. I'm begging you, please. Please don't leave here. I don't want you to hate for all the hurt that you feel. The world is just illusion, trying to change you. Please don't go, I want you to stay. I'm begging you. Please, oh please don't leave here. I don't want you to change for all the hurt that you feel. This world is just illusion, always trying to change you.
Wingskull, what a fitting song for the end. You love it, especially the orchestral version. V&V Nation Illusion. That's so cool that there's also an orchestral version. I didn't actually realize that before. Thanks for pointing out who did the music for that too. I was enjoying the song so much and doing other stuff that I wasn't looking at the screen, and I wasn't pressing anything on the controller. So the controller's just like, I'm gonna go to sleep. They have a whole album done with an orchestra. That's sweet. That's cool. Have to listen to more of their stuff. So that's the end of the game. I'm going to be watching the making of. It's called Resonance, their album. Nice. I still don't 100% understand what's happening at the end. There's some little bits here and there that are kind of a bit unknown to me, but basically Senua comes to terms with the fact that her love is dead and that there's no way to bring him back. So even though she wanted to get his soul back, in a way it kind of is a stand-in for wanting to bring that person back, you know, but there's no way to do it, kind of thing. So I understand that part about the ending. When she drops Dillion's head into the water, that's her letting go of him and moving on with her life. But there's little bits here and there, like when the voices say, you know, this is where my story once began, but this is where it's going to end because I don't know what happens next, kind of thing. That part, it sort of confuses me still. So I don't know if any of this will be made clear in the sequel. Because I don't even know, to be honest, if the sequel is actually following on from this, or whether it's actually gonna do a prequel kind of thing where it's focusing on Senua going away, you know, into the wilds and meeting Druth and all that kind of stuff. Who knows? Or it could be continuing on. Babelsberg Orchestra. Cool. I have to make sure that when I'm watching the making of to move the control stick every now and again so it doesn't turn itself off. Because the thing about watching the making of is that if you press any other buttons, it actually closes it. Wingskull, the way you understand it with her story ending is more like whatever happens next is not worth telling. Yeah, I guess that's one way you could look at it too, as well. Or maybe like it's... Well, that's true too. Yeah, maybe it's just like a normal life and not an epic journey kind of thing. So while this is going on, I'm going to be muted, but I definitely will still respond to chat. I'll just be typing responses.
Stormy seas and lost souls.
Who is it?
She's dreamt of this before.
It's coming. Is it?
They say dreams are visions of our memories, thoughts and fears, as seen by our inner eye. But what if each one of us is always dreaming, even when awake? And we only see what our inner eye creates for us. Is this what hell is? A world shaped by Senua's nightmares. Maybe that's why people fear seeing the world through her eyes.
Yes, she's scared.
Because if you believe that Senua's reality is twisted, you must accept that yours might be too.
Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice is a video game about Senua, a Celtic warrior on a vision quest into Viking territory. But what sets our hero Senua apart is that she suffers from severe psychotic mental illness.
He knows she's getting closer. He can feel her coming closer. She's getting closer. They're watching.
The original idea for Hellblade was to create a classic hero's journey, a journey of suffering, but one where the fantasy world is not another planet or alternate universe, but a world that is constructed in Senua's mind. But to do so would mean putting psychotic mental illness at the center of the experience, a subject that is still considered taboo, and a challenge that was both terrifying and exciting in equal measure. In Hellblade, the starting point was a newly discovered Celtic goddess called Senua in Ashwell, Hertfordshire. When first discovered, her name was thought to be Senua, a name which I liked and kept. I wondered if Senua might have been a Celtic warrior like Boudica who stood up to the Romans. While the Romans had conquered all of Europe, there was a group of Celts up in the furthest reaches of the Roman Empire that could not be conquered, the Picts. And so the Romans built a wall, called Hadrian's Wall, that spans across Britain from sea to sea to keep the Pictish barbarians at bay. The Picts were known for their war paint, painted on with woad, and their matted hair clumped with lime. And so Senua would be a barbarian Pict in this image.
What's your name?
Senua,
I haven't seen you before.
I don't live home much.
Oh, Zeno's daughter.
I have to go.
Wait.
Orkney is off the coast of Scotland and was inhabited by the Picts, steeped in history and mystery, and so I made Orkney Senua's home and set the stage for a crisis. In the late 8th century, the first Vikings landed on the Orkney Islands. The population of the Picts crashed thereafter, replaced by the Norsemen of the 9th century. Were they wiped out? We don't know for sure, but it would seem likely given the reputation of the Vikings. The Northmen's brutality is legendary. High-ranking leaders and chieftains of the tribes they conquered were often offered as sacrifice to their gods. The most brutal of these sacrifices was known as the Blood Eagle. I imagine Senua as a young female warrior who returns home from exile to find her partner, Dillion, brutally sacrificed to a Norse god by these hellish warriors from a faraway land. I imagine the horror of this moment and how it would have dragged her deep into mental torment.
No!
I came to learn that the Celts had a sophisticated and nuanced perspective on the nature of mental disorder. One term they used was Gelt. A Gelt is a man or woman who has been driven mad by a curse, battle trauma, or grief. The Gelt would take to a life in the woods in search of penance, punishment, and purgation. And so Senua became a Gelt, cursed by darkness, looking for redemption in the wilds. Another word the Celts used in reference to mental disorders was druth, meaning fool, or
liar,
one who utters the words of God. They tell of the mad sinner who flees battle into exile and takes on a beastly nature, growing feathers on his body. The character called Druth in Hellblade is based on a little-known person called Findan, an 8th century Irish Celt who was captured and enslaved by the Vikings, but eventually escaped to Orkney where he became a monk.
I will tell you my stories of hell, if I may walk with you.
Upon meeting Senua, it would be his stories that fuel her quest deep into their world of gods.
The Northmen say the world will come to an end.
The sun will grow black, the earth will sink into the sea, the stars will disappear, fire and water will meet, flames will play against the sky.
The heavens and earth and all the world will be burned, all the gods will be dead, and the warriors of Valhalla and people everywhere.
Senua, prepare yourself for Ragnarok, for it is nigh.
So the stage was set for a new adventure, a journey into the Norse underworld called Hell, a vision quest fueled by madness and myth, a fantasy that was created by Senua's own mind, and one that we would experience through her eyes.
This is your mission. This is your quest. There is nothing else left.
To make a game about a warrior with psychotic mental illness as its central theme was fraught with danger. Mental illness, such as psychosis, is still taboo and rarely acknowledged in a century of cinema, never mind the new medium of games. Where it does feature, it often conflates psychosis and psychopathy, associated with a lack of empathy. It is unfortunate that these two words sound so similar that they are used interchangeably in media. I must admit that I didn't have to look very far to discover my own ignorance of the subject. So we reached out to Paul Fletcher, psychiatrist and professor of health neuroscience at University of Cambridge.
Psychosis is a descriptive term, and it refers to having a loss of contact with objective reality. So it's characterized by two main sets of symptoms. One of them is hallucinations, where somebody experiences perceptions when there is no actual objective thing out there to perceive.
You're already dead. Who are you?
And the other is delusions, where somebody comes to very often bizarre, unpleasant, frightening beliefs when there's no good evidence in favor of them.
There's no doubt about it. The source of the darkness is in Helheim. And the goddess Hela holds his soul there.
We reached out to Welcome, a biomedical research charity that spends billions on research and awareness programs aimed at improving health.
Mental health hasn't always been presented in the media in a way that is particularly helpful. It can be challenging to engage people with the subject matter, and there are a lot of preconceived ideas about mental health, and particularly schizophrenia and psychosis. So we hope our support allows the team to continue to collaborate with Paul Fletcher and with those who have experience of psychosis to create a game that provides a fresh perspective on the condition and allows audiences to engage with it in a way that just wouldn't be possible in any other medium.
What started out as a brief consultation convinced me that we were only scratching the surface of an immensely deep and interesting subject that could enrich and change the very nature of the game.
That's cool. Thanks so much for coming in. Pleasure. Thanks. It's really interesting for me. I'd love to be involved. I think it's fascinating.
Our understanding of psychosis is still very much a mystery, and ways of treating it are still primitive compared to physical illness. After all, it is easy to see the pain and suffering caused by physical diseases or physical trauma. It is not so easy to see the mental suffering and trauma of severe mental illness. But what if we could find a way to see it? Games are capable of drawing you in for hours on end, playing the role of a character who is different from you, experiencing their perspective, and actively involving you in a world that functions with a different set of rules. If we were to represent Senua's psychosis, we would have to simulate voice hearing, a common attribute. But how can we simulate something we have no first-hand experience of? Professor Charles Fernyhough, a leading expert in voice hearing from Durham University, offered his help.
Hearing voices is an experience that is usually associated with severe mental illness, and crucially we know that hearing voices is a part of ordinary life for many people who don't meet the criteria for mental illness.
Yeah. Oh, that's not him in real life.
We know voices vary according to where they appear in space. Voices can appear far away in the distance, they can appear right there in your ear, they can seem to be coming from inside your head.
Based on the information Professor Fernyhough provided, I put together a sound brief and invited some actors to the studio. We recorded the actors using a binaural microphone, which records the 3D spatial position of sound, replicating the way sound is heard by human ears. It gives you an incredible sense that the person you are listening to is right there beside you.
Can't see how she's going.
Rachel Waddingham from the Voice Collective came to our studio with 2 young voice hearers to speak to our team. We talked at length about their experiences and they listened to our tests, giving us feedback on how we could improve on it.
Everyone hates her. She's cursed.
It's very hard to represent what this experience is like, partly because it's such a personal, intense, emotional experience. It's testament to how Ninja Theory have been listening to what the researchers are saying, but also crucially listening to the experts by experience. What they've come up with is so compelling. It's by far the best representation I've heard of what these experiences are like.
Other common attributes of psychosis are visions and flashbacks. We met with Recovery College East, who work with and care for people recovering from severe mental disorders. A group of service users gave us their first-hand account of what they experience.
Sometimes when the vision or what we're seeing is too much, it becomes more difficult until eventually we perhaps don't see anything.
The people we spoke to, the stories they told, were fascinating, harrowing and mind-boggling. The reality of what people experienced was vivid, far exceeding what I could possibly have imagined. We went away itching to represent some of these visions and flashbacks in the game.
As we all know, my heart is so, love is so far away. Don't you know how I wanna feel deeper? I could never know how you grow, all these days are killing me. Now I see deep in me insanity does unfold. I just wanna feel deeper, deeper. I just wanna feel deeper, deeper. As we all know, my heart is so, love is so far away. Don't you know how I wanna feel deeper? I could never know how you grow, all these days are killing me. Feel like this, read like this, I just wanna live, that's all. I just wanna feel deeper, deeper. I just wanna feel deeper, deeper.
To refine our work, we continue to hold meetings with Recovery College East over the course of a year and a half, showing them what we had achieved so far and refining the in-game representations based on their feedback. With their help, flashbacks, visions and changes in perception were woven into the story and gameplay of Senua.
The students that are involved in this project are incredibly excited about being involved. They have described the experience as being important because it values their lived experience and shows that despite what we have been through, all of that experience becomes valid, that actually it's something that we should all be talking about.
The experiences described range from beautiful to frightening beyond comprehension. I heard of a girl who has to live with an angry voice screaming at her, slamming on her doors and walls 24 hours a day. I met someone who would often see hanging corpses in a room, so real that she would sometimes try to rescue them. The panic and fear that comes with such visions is entirely understandable, and it can be a living horror for some.
Worthless, weak, pathetic. Go on, feel sorry for yourself, because there is no one left to do that for you.
I was urged by one fellow that we should not shy away from showing this horror, and so I was perpetually torn in making Hellblade. Had we gone too far with our representations or not far enough?
Broken and lost. Just like your soul.
Come on.
In some ways, voice hearing and visions were the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. There's another aspect of psychosis that is much harder to explain, but one that I think video games are uniquely able to represent, which are often called delusions.
People begin to see patterns in the world. They begin to link things that most people wouldn't link. Most of the things that we might think would be coincidence or, not worth commenting on. Nevertheless, that might have a particular salience or importance for them.
One individual described how everyday words, sounds, colours and objects were steeped in meaning to him, forming a strange and sinister puzzle that he was determined to solve but could not quite get to the bottom of.
It's not just brain dysfunction. It's not like the system shut down. It's actually an incredibly creative process. The person creates a world populated with voices and phantasms and terrors, and they're completely immersed in it. They believe in it.
We often invite people into the studio to play the game. In one of our playtests, they played through much of the game, making associations between runes, secret messages, and the threat of darkness that stalked them. There are many things that happen in the world of Hellblade that make perfect sense within the context of Senua's mind. The dark rot that's killing her slowly from within, the secret runes of the gods that block her path to Helheim, and strange associations that exist in the game to confuse you. To complete Senua's quest, you have to internalize and accept the logic and meaning behind these things to progress. Afterwards, they said that they didn't see much evidence of mental illness in the game. People with delusions of all sorts would argue the same thing, that they are not aware of their experience being abnormal in any way.
I need this sword. It's important.
Representing perception changes and thinking patterns within Hellblade gives us a set of symptoms common in psychosis. But people with lived experience were keen to emphasize another point, that it is wrong to define a person by their symptoms. Quite often, the illness comes not from the symptoms, but from the stigma, isolation and mistreatment that comes about from the rest of society.
They say that I'm cursed. What if they're right?
I needed someone to portray Senua, someone who could believably internalize her suffering. Melina Jurgens, our video editor, had been a stand-in for Senua over a few months while we perfected our motion capture techniques. Without realizing it, she had already auditioned for the role, and I knew her well enough to know that I didn't have to teach her to act, but to relive her own internal pain. As often is the case, those who have suffered mental anguish are never far from us. My hope is that by creating a compelling and aspirational character in Senua who feels very much real, albeit in a fantasy setting, we can provide a lens into her reality, a different one to yours, and this is where storytelling comes into play. I imagined her life based on common threads in real people's lives. She was always prone to psychosis as a child. Her mother Galina also heard voices and had visions, so perhaps there was a genetic aspect. Or perhaps it was cultural, as she lived within a world without science, of gods and superstition, as exemplified by her druid father Zimbal. Psychosis developed in her late teens to early 20s and was exacerbated by stigma and isolation at the hands of the clansmen and her father.
This darkness. It's spreading.
The trauma of seeing her lover Dillion sacrificed tips her over the edge, making her remodel her reality around a concept that connects everything: the darkness. So the question is, what Senua experiences real? Can only be answered by saying, yes, it is real. It is her reality.
All of her suffering will have been for nothing. It's just a matter of time.
Towards the end of the project, service users and professionals that had collaborated with us were invited to see the near-final game. It was a chance to see if the game had reflected their views or if it had misrepresented them.
For me, being involved in especially developing Senua's character has been really important, and being able to bring in my perspective and what I see and what I hear, and having that built into the game has been a real privilege. It's gritty and it's meaty, and there are some tough subjects in there that are being tackled with honesty. I was blown away by it today, absolutely blown away. It was just fantastic to get the opportunity to use our lived experience in a very creative way. There's nothing tokenistic about the work we've put in. It feels like we've been listened to, things have been taken on board, and I think there was a lot of realism in the game itself, and it feels very authentic.
Hellblade will give people a good experience of what it's like to hear voices and have those experiences. I'm glad that the guys at Ninja Theory have asked us to come along and help them build an experience that's positive when it comes out, and get myself a copy and have a go.
I think all the way through I was really inspired by how the conversations have translated into the game in a way that I think I didn't imagine was possible. So wonderful, really wonderful.
I really hope that others will follow the lead they've set and use the power of something like a video game to change people's perceptions, to increase understanding, and ultimately to make some of the stigma around voice hearing and other experiences go away.
For me, it was really exciting to see something that I explore scientifically being represented so beautifully in a character who's trying to penetrate the mysteries of the environment in which they've been placed, with all of this strange uncertainty and noise and conflicting information that they're getting. I'm very excited by this way of trying to represent mental illness, because I think it actually might be offering us insights that we wouldn't get from pure scientific explorations, and actually giving us quite an empathic view of what it might be like.
Mental illness has been with us for as long as we have been on this planet, but why? Why hasn't evolution stamped out this weakness from within our gene pool? I often pondered this question until I realized that the question had an inbuilt flaw. It assumes that being and thinking differently is a weakness. The only reason we have computers, spacecraft, medicine, poetry, art, and yes, even video games is because individuals were able to simulate new abstract realities in their minds and share them with the rest of us. We need people to be willing to see differently in order for us to progress and survive as society. And we need to be open to these new ways of seeing. And it is this spirit that motivated me to create Senua's story and share it with you.
And there we go, that's the making of. I always like to play it whenever I play the game. Just amazing too how they took what people had talked about and actually make it visually happen too. You know, like if I'm explaining to you what a pyramid looks like, when I'm thinking of a pyramid, I might be thinking of a completely different style of pyramid, a completely different texture of pyramid, different color of pyramid. So when I'm telling you what a pyramid is like, the version that I'm thinking of might not be the version that you were thinking of, but how can I explain in words in a way that will make you see the same thing that I'm seeing? You know, and that's the amazing thing that was even touched upon there at the end, talking about people who are creative and able to take an abstract idea in their mind and convey it to other people and have those other people be able to interpret it and then recreate that and get that. You know, it's like when someone draws something, they have in their mind's eye what they want to draw, what it looks like, and they're able to translate that onto that thing, you know. Like personally, I don't have any skill in drawing and that kind of stuff. So when I'm thinking about, you know, things, I'm a very visual person, but it's hard for me to actually visually draw something that I'm, you know, thinking of. That's why it's amazing to me the work that people can do in doing that process and actually, you know, basically having that happen. So I think there's so much about video games that gets forgotten. You know, it's like, yeah, there's the fun side to it, which shouldn't be forgotten, obviously. But there's also the side of video games that gets overlooked a lot, especially by the mainstream, where it's like, oh yeah, video games are just all about, you know, running around killing people in a video game and stuff like that. And while yes, obviously there are games where that's the thing, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know, there's more to video games than just that, you know, and that's one of the things that's great about this game, and showcasing that kind of stuff is it's not very, you know, it's not something you usually see in a lot of games. I mean, I don't know how many games before or after this game have actually done that kind of thing, but it'd be interesting to see. Oh, that's okay, Crooked. That's absolutely no worries at all, Senny. Wingskull, that's a very interesting aspect. It's one of the things that you discussed in philosophy, that what you see is only your reality and yours only, just like your thoughts, and will be the only thing that is ever going to be truly yours. That's it, you know, and you know, obviously we're interpreting things. It's like when someone looks at a piece of art, you know, like look at Senua's face here. You know, some people will just instantly notice her eyes, but not notice the color of the paint or the texture of the paint against the skin, you know. So we all have the things that stick out to us as well that don't to other people. And if someone is looking for details in realism, then looking at the skin texture of Senua's face here, and then the paint, and then seeing how it's cracked a little bit as well on the skin and things like that, that allows them to communicate that. So when they're doing like a video game, or they're doing concept art for like a movie or animation or whatever it is, then they can basically pinpoint and go, right, I can see this detail and add it in. Because they could have easily just basically had Senua's face, and then when it came with the paint, just have the paint be on and don't add any texture on that, you know. They could have just done that if they wanted to. But the person who did that was detail oriented enough, or the people who worked on it, because it could have been someone saying, hey, we should have this, or it might be the artists themselves thinking, I need to put this on the paint on the skin, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But it's these little details as well that some might overlook, and it's not always, you know, a bad thing. You know, like some people just notice things more than other people do, and then what they notice changes. Sometimes some people notice little tiny nuances in stuff, whereas other people won't. Like if someone's watching a movie and they're seeing a character hold something in a certain way, if that person has experience and they look at the person playing the role, they might be able to go, you know what, they're actually holding that incorrectly. But someone who doesn't know, that won't even enter their mind. They'll just be like, oh yeah, the character's holding something. Wingskull, I think it's one of the reasons why I find Rorschach is so fascinating. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea too. Like when you think about it, like in this game you have like a character who sees symbols and shapes, you know, and you think about people looking at clouds and going, oh yeah, I can see like a horse in the cloud. And someone's like, what do you mean there's no horse in the cloud? I can see like a clown's face. You know, there's all these different things. So with the Rorschach test and having the ink blot and all that kind of stuff, it's interesting thinking about, you know, the same image shown to multiple people, and not everyone is going to see the same thing in that image, you know. Yeah, clouds and for you, especially treetops. Is it really Wing Skull? So clouds and treetops. So what about like texture details? Like, do you also notice that kind of thing too, aside from just the actual shapes that they might make? Because for me, like using Senua's face again as an example, I didn't actually really notice that the paint on her skin is cracking like that until I was actually focusing on it to talk about it. So sometimes things can go beyond me without me recognizing it. So sometimes, you know, detail things take me a bit to actually focus on and think of. Wing Skull, yes, textural, but mostly it's shapes that you see in treetops, mostly faces, but very often animals. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, like the different shapes and stuff that make up, you know, faces and all that kind of stuff. And it automatically starts to form where you see the face emerge. It also makes me think about those magic pictures that, you know, you look at, and if you really look at it, you can start to see the actual, like, the depth in the image of certain things. The only way that I could ever do it was to go cross-eyed and look at the image. Then I'd be able to actually see. I couldn't actually just see it by looking at it properly. But they were pretty trippy, those magic pictures. And it's funny, those faces calm you down. Well, that'd be something too, you know, like if you see that versus seeing something that, you know, makes you anxious or, you know, stressful and stuff like that. But I love in this game too how they show the kaleidoscope stuff, because they were talking about that in the making of, how someone mentioned that they see things sometimes in a kaleidoscope of colors, and it looks really beautiful. And that moment when Senua is remembering the first time she met Dillion and going through the scenery, you know, they used a kaleidoscopic effect for that kind of thing, you know. A Wing Skull, you know exactly what you mean. You could always feel your muscles in your eyes go into a special state and you started to see those images. Yeah, and some of them were pretty intricate as well. I haven't actually looked at those for a very long time. Like, I remember the books that you could actually get with different images in them, and you'd have to actually do it. But I'm sure there's ones that they still do as well. So yeah, Hellblade it's you know, like, if you're looking for a game that you're just focused on the gameplay, it's pretty basic. You know, it's explore for a bit, do a puzzle, fight, rinse and repeat. You know, so from that perspective, it might seem like it's pretty repetitive, and it is repetitive. You know, if I try to look at it objectively a little bit, I can definitely understand it being more of that kind of thing. But if you really like games that go into a character's psyche and puts you in their shoes and, you know, shows you the way that they see things, then this is one of those games that just does an amazing job at it. And I hope that in the sequel they still retain that as well, while expanding on stuff, but also still making sure that they're doing a great job with not only the visuals but the audio as well. And I'm pretty sure we'll still hear Senua's voices in the next game as well. Hellblade is a fantastic game that's completely underrated. It really is, you know, like, it came out in 2017, and, you know, games by that point were well and truly in a different state of showing cinematic stuff, you know, and character depictions and things. That advancement had started earlier than that, of course, but, you know, if you look in 2010, we were sort of right on the cusp, or, you know, maybe 2008, 2009, 2010, where video games were starting to be more cinematic in nature. I mean, Uncharted definitely has a lot to do with that too. The way that the game would be presented was almost like you were watching a movie that you could interact with at the same time. You know, imagine watching a movie but you're controlling the main character. That's pretty much Uncharted, you know. And they're able to create that kind of thing. and as games have advanced, ones that are really like story driven have gotten better and better at that. And you know, someone who is studied in film, you know, and camera angles and shot compositions and all that kind of stuff, like video games well and truly are able to, you know, provide a lot of juicy stuff for those people as well to sink their teeth into when it comes into that. And so someone who has worked on movies could, you know, pretty effectively transition into working in games, you know, or vice versa as well, you know. So it's cool how the two are melded together. And as someone who at a very young age loved watching movies and loved playing video games, it was so cool to me when the two started to merge like that. And that's one of the reasons why I love, you know, story-driven games like Hellblade and, you know, so many other ones over the years that I've enjoyed, is because I love that aspect to it. You know, to me, in many ways, it's like being able to play a movie where you're playing the main character, but it's very cinematic and stuff. Like, there's a lot of shots in games where I'm like, that looks really cool. Like, there's a shot in Assassin's Creed Revelations when Ezio is doing the zip line in one of the tombs, and it goes in this really extreme wide shot. You know, there's also a shot in Alan Wake that's a similar kind of thing. Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers, when Gandalf is falling and fighting the Balrog, there's that really extreme wide shot before they fall into the water. That's really cool. You know, so I love that kind of stuff. I love seeing that in games as well. Crooked, you hope so too, Senny. Such a great potential for the sequel. There really is, you know, and getting to experience more of Senua as a character will be great too. And it'll be interesting to see if there's any extra stuff that they add in, like extra memories that she has that we haven't even seen her experience in this. Wingskull, you think these days games are more about the aesthetics rather than the context and depth? That is true. You know, there's definitely games that are more like that. And that's fine, of course, too. You know, it's like gameplay. You know, some games have a depth to the gameplay, and others just don't really have that much. But, you know, it depends on the individual whether or not it's a good or a bad thing, obviously. But that's the beautiful thing about video games, is there's so many different styles and different genres and different approaches and different, you know, experiences that you can have. So it really covers a lot of, you know, really cool stuff. And it's no wonder why the medium has just gone from strength to strength when it comes to showing story-driven stuff, because, you know, it's been able to accomplish stuff that they couldn't, you know, 10, 15 years ago. Chapter selection. I never had a look at that. Oh my god, I didn't realize you can actually... I've never gone into the chapter selection. So it actually tells you which chapters actually have lore stones and how many there are in it. Cool. I don't know how I did this. 11 out of 4 lore stones? Oh dear, it's so funny when you find out things for the first time. Because I just never looked at it before. I think the next time I play this game, I want to try hard mode, because I've only ever played it on normal. I think I should do that next playthrough. This is something else I really like in video games. You know, the ability to change things like this, because, you know, and sometimes it's not an age thing either. Like, people who are young can have things that, you know, in a video game, having the option to actually change to make the experience more palatable is definitely a good idea as well. You know, if people need the size of the subtitles to be bigger, you know, it's good that there's an option to have that, instead of just basically leaving it the same thing, you know, and have like a transparent or solid background. I mean, some of that stuff is, you know, not new, of course, but there's definitely a lot of things that are being added nowadays to games that are really cool. Yeah, Wing Skull is like magic. It's like, imagine that. Crooked, especially when having played the game countless times. Absolutely, you know, because sometimes you just get into a certain mode when you play a game, and you stick to that, or a pattern of doing stuff. You might always go here first and do that, and then you go to the other place. But you don't know that if you go to the other place first, you might get a different interaction than if you had gone, than if you hadn't gone there first, And that's what I love about finding out things in games where you've played it multiple times and you're like, how about I just go and do this instead and test it out? Sometimes nothing happens and it's just like, okay, the game doesn't want to give me anything extra. But other times you're like, holy shit, I had no idea this path was here, and I didn't have any idea it led to seeing this character, and I had no idea they were here, and, what they say is like, oh, holy shit, I didn't even realize that, So there's all that stuff. That's why I was so good to do that with Assassin's Creed Origins, because it's like, I wonder what this character says. I was a little bit disappointed with Rabia, because she doesn't really say anything different. Every time I went back to Siwa to speak to Hepzibah, I also went back to speak to Rabia, and Bayek and her just repeat the same stuff over and over again every time. So I was kind of a little bit disappointed in that, because it would have been cool if you go and speak to her and she tells you, like, she reminds Bayek about another story about when him and Aya were growing up. Just something little like that would have been cool to have if you went back and spoke to her. But that's just a little nitpick. The rest of the experience in doing that, it was really cool. Especially when you get to see where characters end up that you might have interacted with. Like, sometimes you'll come across them just through exploring, but other times you really need to keep an eye on them and keep track of them. Unfortunately, when you mark certain characters with Senu, if you fast travel or if you change the day to night cycle, sometimes certain NPCs, the lock-on will actually disappear. So you're like, well, where are they gone now? And they could be anywhere in the game world. So there's some characters in that game that are like that. But I do like that idea of exploring and finding something new. And that's why it's also cool when you have games like Secret of Monkey Island, which was one of the first games where I was like, I'm going to go here and see what's here. How did I look at this? And even if it doesn't end up being what you need to focus on, it's just like, I just want to have a look and I want to experience what this is. And it creates a fuller experience because you're exploring everything, every nook and cranny, So if someone has played the game before, they might be like, why are you going over there? There's nothing there. It's like, I don't care. I want to see what's there for myself. I just want to, feel like I've actually explored that section. So there's so many games that offer you that kind of experience, but it's always good to add something extra, I feel, in a game, especially when players go out of their way to trigger certain stuff and things like that. Because otherwise, the experience can just be one way all the time. And that's why I like to change up ways when I'm playing games as well, is replay a game, but how about I do this differently? And that way it keeps it fresh for me, and hopefully it keeps it fresh for other people who have already seen me play that game before. So they can go, okay, so he's doing something different this time. That gives me something else to recognize and notice. And it helps me to remain engaged with the game and actually motivated to replay it too. Not that I have to have that to actually replay a game. Sometimes I just, love to replay a game because I really enjoyed it, and I don't need anything different to make me still enjoy it. I don't always have to do a different playthrough every time, and that kind of stuff. Speaking of the sequel to this earlier, I wonder where it's up to now. Okay, so apparently GamesRadar.com on January 3rd they had an update. Let's see. Okay, so it's scheduled for 2023, but they still don't say what month and anything like that. But it's still pretty early days anyway, so it's only February. You never know, maybe in June or July we'll get something that will be like, hey, this is now the release date. But yeah, this one was 2017, the first game. But in any case, here's like a link to that talks about the sequel. Hey there, Ishimura. Welcome on into you. And how's things going for you? We just finished Hellblade and we just finished watching the feature as well. Crooked, next will be the RE games replacing Hellblade, right? Absolutely, Senny. Sure will be. So every Monday it'll be a Resident Evil remake game. And Resident Evil 1 and 2 both have two separate protagonists that are in the same story as well, but you can also choose to play as one or the other. So I'll be doing Jill Valentine's scenario first, which is kind of a tradition for me. When I first played the original Resident Evil, I played as her first and then Chris. So when I played the remake of 1 for the first time, I played as Jill and then played as Chris. And whenever I play the game, I play as Jill first. So I keep that tradition going. But that's what will be replacing it. Resident Evil 3 is different. There's another character that you play as, but that's only at a certain point in the story, and then you go back to playing as Jill in Resident Evil 3 Remake. So that means that I'm probably going to be able to make the playthroughs last until the remake of Resident Evil 4 comes out. Depending on timing, I might actually be playing Resident Evil 2 Remake on hardcore mode for the first time, which I've never done with the game yet. But yeah, that's the next game to replace Hellblade, will be Resident Evil 1 Remake. I won't be starting it today though. This will be next Monday when I start that. But starting this week, I've made Tuesdays also a GTA stream day. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays will be GTA 5. Because it's one of those things where the playthrough that I'm doing isn't as long as the Red Dead 2 one that I'm doing. But this one with GTA 5 is turning out to be pretty long on its own. So I think doing 2 days a week for that game for now would definitely help. Ishimura, cool. This was a cool game. Would love to play the VR version. Yeah, this game, I can't remember now how many times I've replayed it, but it was one of those games where the first time I played it, I was just amazed at how good it was, so I definitely enjoy it too. But never played the VR version myself either, so I wonder what that would be like, especially with a lot of the visions and visuals and all that kind of stuff as well. Just double check what date Resident Evil 4 Remake comes out. March 24th. So still a fair way away. So if I start Resident Evil 1 Remake next Monday, that's only the 27th. So essentially I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll basically have 4 Mondays to work with for the Resident Evil remakes. I'll probably knock over remake of 1 next Monday, the 27th. And if I play hardcore mode on Resident Evil 2 Remake, I don't know how long it's going to take me because I've never played it on that mode before. So it could take 2 Mondays worth, which would then make it the 13th of March. And Resident Evil 3 Remake, I could probably do that in 1 day, and then that way on the 27th of March I could do Resident Evil 4 Remake if I stick to the Mondays for doing that. So this is where I'm going to end the stream of Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching the playthrough. Really do appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be GTA 5, which, as I said, is now Tuesdays and Wednesdays on the channel. So if you see me streaming GTA 5, you know it's become Tuesday, or it could be Wednesday depending on when you pop in. But thank you so much everyone for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. I hope that everyone has a good one. If you check the past broadcasts, you'll still find the first part of this playthrough. I've also got a YouTube channel that I'm exporting my VODs to, so that ones that disappear off Twitch will still have a home. So I'm doing that as well. So I'll export this as well when I've finished to YouTube. But that's just the link to that as well. That's okay, Shimura. Thank you so much for popping in as well. I really appreciate that too. I hope you have a good one. And absolutely no worries at all for the stream, Crooked. thank you so much for being here. Want to give some shout outs. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Crocodile, Shin, and Mr. Gote. So Crooked is a massive fan of Assassin's Creed, like myself. He's doing an annual series playthrough. He's actually doing something different this year, where he's actually only playing the games that were done by Ubisoft Montreal, and including them. So he's currently playing through Assassin's Creed 2, but he's also doing stealth challenges with those games as well. He most recently started playing Alan Wake. He's also played Hellblade a couple of times, at least a couple of times. A big fan of the game as well. Also a fan of games like Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, and most recently finished a playthrough of Pokemon Black and White. So also plays, some retro stuff and Pokemon and stuff. So highly recommend. Highly recommend Shin as well. He's been doing some Dragon Age Inquisition, playing through that. He's also a fan of their other series, Mass Effect. He's played through those games and is a big fan of those. Plus he also likes Assassin's Creed. I think the next game he'll be doing will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey, doing a hunter build playthrough. And also recommend Mr. Gote as well. He's doing Final Fantasy VII Reunion, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed as well, but also Ghost Recon also. And he's also a fan of horror games, playing the remake of Dead Space recently, replaying the original, and 2 and 3. So you can find a lot of great content on those streamers' channels, so highly recommend. Crooked, that's no worries for the shout outs, Annie. More than happy to give you a shout out. So we're going to go and raid someone that I haven't actually raided before, but just need to get their name right. They're actually playing Red Dead Redemption 2. The name is Lurch 18072. There we go. So he's playing through Red Dead Redemption 2. And here is a raid message that people can feel free to put in. And there's also this one that subscribers can use as well. And then there's even one that has free follower emotes like Assassin's Creed Altair for one thing. So there we go. So I hope that everyone has a good one. Thank you so much for watching, and catch you in the next one.